skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when
You know, no punish there on the bottom side. Now, oh god, Lahens. Kellen is going to be able to sweep him. So there we go, but Lahens once more. There's the Shadow Dash flash! And they all pile on top of Raptor. He's taken down Diablo. Gonna have to cleanse as Kingen says, you're not taking part in this fight. And it should be 3 grubs going over to Nongshim as well. They'll take the first blood at the same time.
They were looking but wouldn't find it, and now everyone on Genji is so mobile, so fast. With that buff, it's going to be even harder to connect.
Oh,
Fishing.
Yeah, he wants to find that huge Empress Divide angle. He finds it on there too. Down goes Carrier, down goes Ona. And that should be a ticket to Baron here for Genji.
You just see when he's running. The fact that he's running so fast, so hard to deal with him. Genji, they get what they want. They manage to find the picks on the back end, and now
Let's see what T1's going to be able to do about it. Faker, heroic entrance up and available as they back away. The most value ever as they dive on top of Ruler, Smash in that backline. Ruler survives for a while. Smash as well is just diving on top of Chovy. Takes down both of the carries. And Keen gets one, but it is all over for this fight. T1 matters into their own hands. And Smash comes in clutch.
Ona does his job perfectly. Near the engage, near to get on the backline. He finds an angle and Smash is there for the follow-up. Gen G crumble.
DRX 파이팅!
DRX 화이팅! DNFrix 화이팅! DNFrix 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK Cup 2025. And we're here for play-in stage. We got DRX up against the DN Freaks, and these teams have to play here because, well, they didn't have a great record during the group stage. They have to fight it out from the first day of the play-in stage to have a chance to make it to the next stage and into playoffs. It's not going to be easy. You really got to grind your way through the whole bracket. What do you think about this first matchup here, Chronicler? We got DRX up against DN Freaks.
Really, this entire day to me is shrouded in mystery, because on any given outcome, you could tell me and I would believe you. I'm not kidding. If I look at the two best of threes we're playing here today, you could tell me that either team either 2-0s, gets 2-0'd, or wins in a 2-1 slugfest fashion. Because these teams have been wildly up and down in their respective performance. The fact that DRX were as good as they were, I think, is kind of insane, given that our expectations were very low, and in week one they also looked very out of sorts. But we have seen them rally around UCal. He really, for me, is kind of the focal point for DRX. And then for the DN Freaks, it feels like they should be better than what we've seen. It's, you know, the classic less than the sum of their parts. There are some players in there that we know can perform, but particularly in this skirmish-heavy meta, I feel like Bulldog and Pioshik in particular haven't had the best of time. I think we need to see peak Dudu very quickly, because otherwise this team is not making it out of play-ins.
Not making it out of play-ins, indeed. And, you know, you have to look at 3rd seed DRX and 6th seed DN Freaks. DRX were in Group Elder, so they ended up kind of in a better spot because their group was doing very well. They did go 3-2, and as you mentioned, you know, UCal really was the linchpin for the entire team. And a dramatic clinch into play-ins with Nongshim's victory, DN Freaks. If Nongshim did lose to BNK, then it would be BNK who came on over, and there would have been, you know, a nice situation where they got through. Unfortunately, there was one team, BNK, the aforementioned team, that did not make it into play-ins at all and was knocked out in 10th place. That's the way the format works. Unfortunate for them, they won't get to show any more play until the regular season of the LCK. As there you go, that's the man himself, UCal, not photoshopped at all. That's what he looks like. Muscles on the stage, carrying the team on his back.
That's the, you know, the muscle, the gameplay ratio that he has been showing has been looking incredible so far. I would even say similar to what like BDD has been desperately trying to do, which is have a struggling team around you and just desperately drag them to wins. And even in the losses, I think UCal's looked amazing. As we take a look here, DN Freaks winless on red side, and there can be a lot of reasons for this. I think that we're always going to have teams that were better suited to Fearless than others. I don't think that their drafts thus far have looked very consistent, but it also still has us kind of wonder, what does this team want to do? Like, who do they play around? How do they actually win games? And for DN Freaks in particular, once upon a time, 2 years ago, if Dudu got red pick, counter pick, he would take over games. And I think that we just haven't seen that. We already saw it wane a little bit throughout last year, but I think this year hasn't really shown up to the tournament yet, and he is going to have to today. And against Rich. Rich has had a lot of games where he's just role-playing nicely. You know, he's providing for the team, but there's also been some games that make you go, Rich, what's happening, buddy?
What are you doing? Yeah, that has happened a couple of times. I think that he has the ability, and might just take some time to get to his highest level. As we're doing the fist bumps here, the team's walking out on stage, getting ready for this match. The fans desperate to have them move on to the next, you know, seat in the bracket and have a chance up against one of those other teams that were higher seated. As we're looking at cameras, we're pointing at things, and Berserker's like, what is going on? Where am I?
Love the earrings, by the way, Berserker.
Yeah.
Very cool bling. And for DRX, obviously, in case you only caught the first couple of matches and then didn't tune in for the later half, Teddy is back. I think Lazyfield did an extremely admirable job given the situation, but it should come as no surprise that the human Nexus is back here again. as we are about to get into game. Game number 1 in Fearless is, you know, it's game 1, so it doesn't really change anything. But we have most definitely seen teams really struggle as we get deeper into drafts. There's been teams that have completely flourished. I think DK is obviously the easiest example of this, but I think even T1 we kind of see be able to use it well.
Yeah.
And then teams that have been some of the best in our region, both our defending champion as well as the team that has run the LCK for the last couple of years, GNG, neither of them really have taken to it that well just yet.
Yeah, it's very true. I think also, you know, it's still early on in the LCK Cup. You want to get that first seed. Now, when we get into play-ins and playoffs, and best of fives especially, every playoff match, you know, we're going to have those best of fives, and it's really going to require... It's going to require a lot of preparation, not just from the coaches, but from the players as well, to make sure that they are extremely good at, you know, 10, maybe even more champions, depending on which role gets really pinched in some of those final matches.
It gets crazy, and we're already seeing it in best of threes, even though some teams, again, like DK, lean into it much more than they already need to, but it's good practice, because as we get deeper and deeper into those series, it's going to get really out there. You see very often individual roles get really heavily pinched. Most often it's things like AD and jungle, but we'll have to see what is going to happen. Today, though, none of that yet. We are still on best of 3, so it's going to take until game 3 generally before we see the really weird stuff. And both of these two teams might have to pull out those tools. But yeah, particularly, I don't know if you've been watching any of the, you know, the Los Ratones scrims where you have the Fearless scrims at like game 4 and 5.
Yeah.
It gets really hard to keep track as well of what has already been played, what you still need to ban, and you have very little prep time, right? It's the same as it would be for a normal game 5 in a best of 5.
Yeah, and you have to make a real composition out of it as well. We as commentators so often will be like, oh, this comp just didn't look very good together. And at times it can come down to, well, that player didn't have it in his champion pool to play the right thing for the comp. Or, you know, and that's in a game 2 or a game 3 of Fearless. So, you know, what are the comps going to look like when you get to game 4 and 5? It is going to be rough. This guy is here from Paris, as he wrote there in both Korean and English. Or I suppose that could be French. It's the same spelling, right?
It is.
Yeah, okay,
You're
thanks.
Good.
You're the European on the desk, so I don't, you know, I ask you all the hard questions about Europe.
No, that's understandable.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
If I need to know anything about America, I ask my good friend, Brendan Veldes,
about the burgers.
has lived in Korea for 13 years.
Yeah, definitely still very in tune with America. Anyway, we are getting ready for the draft here, as this is game 1. You mentioned it before. It might host the best kind of compositions, what they're practiced most at, depending on what does get, of course, targeted here. The bans on red side, these are the 2 that you must ban. They are required bans, unless you are crazy, like KT that one time against T1. Still remember that.
Yeah. They've had their fair share of drafting shenanigans. Remember the Zyra pick?
Yeah.
That happened. Still won that game. As first pick here, Jace has been extremely high on the prio list. Would not be shocked to see that picked up. Cassante is the other end. And with how Rich has been playing, I think Cassante is the right call. Champion is very, very versatile. Really good in lane swaps, because I haven't talked about him that much, but yeah, lane swaps are still here. And Cassante is one of the champions that, as long as he can hit level 2, will be substantially harder to die, particularly with the Elise already taken away. Now, Sponge has actually put a really high prio on the Nidalee, and DRX has been happy to play it. To be completely fair, I think neither of these 2 junglers have been performing to the level where a Nidalee prio this high makes that much sense, because the champion, even again, with Sponge having some really good early games, you make a mistake in mid-game and you just get completely clapped. Compositionally, it does make sense to compare to Jace as, with the Nidalee. If you slap an Ezreal on top of this, you have a great poke composition. As the Zyra gets locked in, still very high prio jungler here because of her clear speeds being kind of crazy. But picking Zyra into what already looks like a pretty good poke comp is just always I know Jace isn't just pure poke anymore ever since the user builds came to be, but we'll see what ends up rounding out the composition here. I imagine mid laner for Yukao, and I hope it's for Teddy because that's Corki.
Yeah. So we talked about preparation a lot, especially when it comes to best of fives, but also for best of threes. I think that Jace should be higher prio than Cassante, but Cassante is fine. And then you go for Zyra response in Italy, which hasn't worked, and the Zyra priority has fallen off in a big way here at the LCK. And Corki is like, what is he, 2-12? Maybe there was like another game at the end.
Maybe one more. There's the Ezreal. Yeah, no surprise at all.
Yeah.
Want to reiterate, DN Freaks have not won a single game on red side yet. This so far looking good, Valdez. I think they're feeling great. Blue side really has been kind of at the forefront, and there is still flex potential, but the Corki mid just hasn't hit the mark, and Yukao has been the best performing player. I would love to see him on something that feels like it can really hard carry games.
Yeah.
And even when Corki was good, like outside of package, it feels like he isn't really that type of champion, you know? Like, if we look at what Yukao has performed on thus far, this isn't really something that I think you're going to be super excited about.
Yeah, I really liked when he was playing Silas.
Yeah.
That felt really good. He was a playmaker, he was doing a lot of damage.
Nico game as well, right?
Yeah. Nico?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, he stole Nico's ult from Silas.
There you go. Yeah.
Technically.
There
you go.
That'll get you.
So they're kind of covering both bases. They're saying, okay, Yukao could play this, but he might be flexing that into bot, and we have to be worried about his Silas, so we will ban that away. So good timing for us to be talking about his Silas.
Yeah.
He definitely is very strong on the pick.
Happy to see that. Now, what DN Freaks can do is they can also pick a support here and then still kind of keep up in the air where everything is going, because Jace can, of course, still be flexed. Rel would make sense. Gives engage to a team. I wouldn't mind more disengage. I think that already the range battle is looking amazing. But not going to be the case, as Teddy is going to be picking up the Kai'Sa. Does confirm that, unfortunately, the Corki is going mid. And then what, Nautilus, Poppy, I think both make a lot of sense. Nautilus is just really consistent with Kai'Sa and quite strong into Ezreal specifically, because you can guarantee a plasma proc and guarantee lockdown on a very slippery AD carry. But Poppy is really good into a lot of what DN Freaks have, particularly in blocking the Rel engages. Bulldog, bit of a smile. That is a champion we've seen him play a lot, and it fits into the comp beautifully as well.
Yeah, it really does. And you mentioned it before, Jace isn't really a poke champ now. He's a tank. He's a bit of both, right? So you have a frontline, a legitimate one. You've got tank, Jace, and Rel. That's enough. And you have just oodles and boodles of poke. It's just oozing out of this composition. Everybody can do it, except Rel, I guess. But
the engage isn't that good.
Well, they picked Poppy into a poke comp, you know? I don't know, man. You got blue side, and this is the draft? I'm not impressed, Chronicler.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more worried I get for DRX. And this is blue side as well, right?
Yeah.
Generally, the blue side game is the one that you really want to start off with. Now, we have seen drafts kind of fall apart as soon as people and teams hit the rift, so not going to be too premature, but I think that the composition of DN Freaks makes a ton of sense. You have a great damage spread. The execution is going to be the big thing. This team hasn't looked that clean, and poke comps are notoriously finicky if you ever miss position. It's not like there isn't any catch potential on DRX, but it is pretty dependent, I'd say, on people either being out of position or on denying vision, like walking into vision traps.
What is the Zyra going to do as well? I imagine if Jace just kind of sends it full forward, she can get a lot of value. Outside of that, you know, trying to match in Italy.
And there's a Kai'Sa as well, so you want to dive, but it's all over the place. So
go like poke, but it's going to be worse poke. I don't know. It's weird. It's going to be a weird one here for game number one. Let's see how it all pans out on the Rift right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
The fans are pumped here at LOL Park, getting ready for this first game. It's one best of three that will determine if you move on to the next round. You lose one game, then it's essentially match point for your entire LCK Cup. So a lot on the line here from the get-go. And for this one best of 3, this isn't the only best of 3 we have tonight, by the way, guys. If you are curious, we do have Gnomeship with their new roster with Kingen and Lahens, the 2 veterans, and they will be going up against the Bros, which obviously a fan favorite and a Dgon favorite. He is here today as well. So should be exciting as we do come along here on the day.
Extremely aggressive ward coverage here. Looks like DRX want to ensure that they don't get stuck in the 2v2. Cassante in the lane swap is always going to feel happy. And the Kai'Sa has a notoriously rough early laning phase, as unfortunately production is very ready for the Dgon cam with the bro shoutout, but Dgon himself.
He is gone.
Yes.
From the space, yeah.
Well, he might still be there, just not in view of any of the cameras.
No, he's not there!
He's not there? Where are our spacers? As the Zyra has looked very rough thus far. And Zyra really, to me, does feel like one of those picks where it was really good for a long while when we were playing with, a lot of the AD carries. And I also think Zyra is a jungler that just feels amazing to play. If you're a jungler and you're on like something like, I don't even think Sejuani is the worst, but like Maokai is a good example. You're just trudging through the jungle. And then you have Zyra, where you can do a full clear in what, like 310, 305 if you really optimize your plant usage. It's always going to feel amazing when it comes to tempo. But it does...
They're going to go for this, actually. Level 1, and Rich, not much that he can do. The flash away is perfect timing, and the Ignite gets the kill. First Blood will go over to the DN Freaks. It does go to the Rel, unfortunately, but still, a lot of pressure down here in the bottom side, and Dudu's just going to stick around.
We'll have very close, possibly even 2 plates being taken as well. Looks like Dudu should be able to get just not one more wave crash, and he will be able to get that. And they're not really giving anything up either, because Pyosik wasn't involved in that, right? You see Sponge trying to look for a possible contest, but because it was just Dudu, Berserker, and Life, that was the end of it. And we talked about Cassante, when you hit level 2, you're incredibly hard to die, but you do need to hit level 2. Wasn't the case, and it was DRX that opted for this lane swap. Again, they had some extremely deep wards, specifically with the goal of trying to look, as Berserker is, that's not a great back. It's going to have to just do that again. And that's just after they swap to match the 2v2. That's going to be a substantial experience disadvantage now.
It's pushing into DRX as our production is continuously showing, which is just going to deny even more and more away from Berserker. So, I mean, that little poke, it feels like just so much. It's a gigantic weight now on Berserker. They're going to have to call Pyosik up to try to break this freeze that they have.
Yeah, what happened? He didn't even, Ando didn't even have to flash. Must have set a trap. As here, very straightforward. I think Rich, not sure how, I feel like if you know that Dudu is there, then you should just back off.
Well, he was like in the wave.
From the, yeah,
he was standing there menacingly. It was very obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe feeling like your Cassante, and he was able to TP back, catch most of the wave. So, the gold going to the Rel, like the dive didn't actually end up mattering that much at all. So maybe his call was just, I get enough, I can TP back. It's not that big a deal, which it doesn't end up being. I want to see what happened to Berserker there, right? Like, how did he just
walked in a straight line. The Poppy was sitting in the brush, and
I guess
Andil just walked in a straight line towards him and knocked him into the wall.
Maybe read that they were continuing to swap. Not sure what the backs look like, but
I mean, Teddy was on the wave, so he knew Teddy was there.
Yeah, well,
but probably not that Andil was there.
Yeah, maybe getting a bit dizzy with the continuous swaps. But it ends up being a full kill worth of gold lead here for Teddy. With the wave, we're going to now bounce back. And Berserker and Life just swapping again here. Or maybe just looking for a base, we'll have to see. Grubs are coming up, so swapping away doesn't seem like that is going to be the call. But maybe you should. I don't know if you can really contest with how things have been playing out thus far, because Life and Berserker are so far behind, you can't fight for prio. So being topside isn't really going to do anything.
UCal just running into a level 6 Wei, Valkyrieing into him, in fact, as that's a bunch of damage coming down. UCal, he knows that he doesn't have to flash, but getting very low at this timing, right when the grubs spawn. Not very good, although they're not going to go for the grubs, DNF that is. They're just taking the Infernal Drake. We saw Pioshik soloing that at the moment, so should be just a trade of objectives here. Feels very LCK.
Yeah, just all a runoff from that earlier play where Andale found Berserker. Can't fight for Proud top, so contesting doesn't really do anything. UCal also unfazed by the amount of damage that Bulldog is throwing at him. And yeah, Dudu is really benefiting from being in this 1v1 against the Cassante. So maybe that's the call, is that we keep Berserker in life towards the top side in that 2v2. CS remains at about 20 plus here for Teddy. But if they have a window where Teddy hits 6, they actually do have a good amount of threat on life and Berserker, so they're really going to have to be respectful. Experience is getting pretty close. A lot of ward coverage here for DRX as well.
Yeah, looks like that Seeker hit Berserker, just showing him moving out of the lane. Might just kind of sit in the lanes here for now. It's just Dudu enjoying his time on the bottom side. Looks like Bulldog also enjoying his time in the mid lane. So it's not even just the mid Corki that comes through. It's also relatively early prio on the Corki. It was the 3rd pick in the draft on the blue side. You know, they could have gone for something else. Yeah, still not too happy with it, but we've seen Corkis that actually get fed, and when they do win games, they do an incredible amount of damage. It's just, you know, that's the ideal scenario. We just don't see the ideal scenario so many times that it just feels so slow and lackluster.
Yeah, it's also Bulldog is, I think, known for 2 things. One is Tristana, and then the other one is specifically mages, right? Like these long stationary artillery mages. I think he was the first, if I remember correctly, the first guy that in a long time brought out the Zeref. And even if a lot of them don't end up working, this is clearly a playstyle that he really enjoys. So, yeah, the Corki, we'll try not to keep harping on it, but you've all seen the stats, you've seen the limited impact, and then also take into account that UCal has been by far the best performing member on DRX. We do also see the Zyra value here, even though I think in teamfights, again, Sponge is really going to struggle. As of right now, he is able to keep up with Nidalee, and otherwise might have been a lot harder.
Yeah. Last Corki thing, we said 2-12 before. It's actually 2-14. Did grab a couple of losses there at the end of group stage. As trying to set something up here is Sponge as the ult comes down onto Bulldog. And there you go! The root makes him just so vulnerable, and Bulldog tries to get away, and instead he just straight up dies.
Or Corki Valdez.
I was looking at our UI. I'm like, he did die, right?
he also flashed. I was like,
yeah, he flashed. He's not Ezreal. Okay.
Yeah, this is one of those things that as a caster, you're like, I watched him flash, right? And then you have the little UI. It's
like, was it the wrong team? Like, did I mess it up? No. Because we have definitely done that before. That's part of the anxiety there. So yeah, nice little pickup for DRX, like the gank. And they're going to take the gold lead with it.
As we take another look here, really UCal, what we now know was a masterful bait setup. Didn't really feel like it at the time. Goes in, all the cooldowns for Bulldog are used, and then just a really nice little angle here by Sponge, because obviously Corki has no CC, so if he doesn't hit that E, they're never going to kill him. And then Bulldog, unfortunately, flashing after the fact, big mistake there. Got either flash the root or accept that death is imminent if you do get clipped. And that is the kill, so going over to Sponge, who is going to be a nuisance if he gets to actually have his planned damage enemy champions. Which I'm going to keep hammering on it, because I think once actual team fights start playing out, it's going to be quite tough. Now, there is one angle for DRX that we haven't discussed as much, and maybe that is what they're playing towards, which is that if they're able to get substantial enough leads in their 1v1s that they just have prio, like a poke comp without prio doesn't really do anything. They are very reliant on vision. So I like that DRX have now put UCal in a better position. Obviously, Teddy in side lane is going to be a really big nuisance as well. And Rich is behind. Who cares? He's Cassante. Also, he's rich. I feel like he isn't really bothered by any of that.
Yeah, that's kind of his game. Ooh, nice poppy ult that's going to get Bulldog out of the fight. And just like that, you see DNF backing away. and try to smite this away. Not going to happen. Pyosik, he will be able to hop out, but that's 6 scrubs now over to DRX. And you were talking about getting lane leads and just enjoying the early game. With 6 scrubs, you can begin to snowball that. And as you mentioned, will we get to see this poke comp really take off if DRX gets a big enough lead with all of the benefits they have already?
I think second Drake would be really big here for DN Freaks, and we do see the base come in from live trying to play for that. We'll see if Bulldog is able to generate mid lane prio. Bot lane prio nowhere to be found, with Berserker needing to play respectful. Still a full level down, by the way. And if DRX are able to get both the grubs as well as this objective, it would be huge. A lot of damage coming down. But yeah, DN Freaks just need time. Need to keep poking, prodding away at this. I don't think DRX are going to give it to him, though.
It's a flip here, and it goes to Kaisa, as actually Pyosik got knocked up and wasn't able to get in the pit. Now, Life got a kill, but in goes Teddy. He's going to get an assassination, and that's a second kill going to DRX now, plus the Drake that they did pick up. That did go the way of Teddy, so you got to like DRX's position now, especially after a fight like that.
Yeah, DRX are going to be feeling great about that. Currently going to be up a couple of kills on key members. Did go over a little bit of gold with Sponge dying there, but not going to be the end of the world as we take another look. So DN Freaks haven't really hit the item breakpoints yet. Actually, again, a big route there to make sure that Pyosik can't get into the pit, because if he's into the pit, would have been an opportunity to steal there. Not going to be the case, and then as soon as the initial burst from DN Freaks is weathered, DRX definitely fine, as we do see that Drake now being taken. That's Poppy. That's going to be hard. Andu has been holding onto his flash as well to make it even harder, as I've seen this one before.
Nice flash here from Dudu. Speed up comes in, but the smite and an inevitable route. I think Dudu's not very long for this one. Shock blast is going to hit into Rich. Pyosik is here, that is true. Heal comes in, and all of a sudden, we got an interesting 2v2 as Rich will look for the play, but he's taking a ton of damage on the backside of this. Some more poke comes out from Pyosik, and both teams will just do nothing and disengage.
Oh, they don't know. I might be looking. Either go for a W on Dudu, and it's like, nah, I'm just going to catch the wave, which probably is the right call. It is an Italy with flash, so the chances of you actually killing her are quite low. Yeah, Rich, I think the classic, I'm going in and then realizing that even though Cassante's mana costs are kind of a meme, you do still use it. Like, oh, wait, not sure about that one. Nicely done by Dudu. Good stall. Able to make it out with his life. Does have to invest his flash, but he's not going to be too bothered by that. And a possible fight for Herald when it does eventually come up, with this chase now becoming more and more of a strong point around the map. Could be an angle here for the DN Freaks, and the goal is also even. This is kind of what I was hoping for between these two teams.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the cleanest League of Legends. It's messy, but stuff's happening. We won't get fun Otacon, but
that doesn't exist here. It's already been declared as voracious here as we pass the 14-minute mark, but yeah. Feat's strength did go over to DRX, by the way. They got those 3 kills first with the play on the Dragon, and they got the objective, so they're feeling pretty good about that. The one Infernal, pretty good for the side of DN Freaks. It's not going to be huge, but when your whole comp does damage, it feels pretty good. They got some more plates as well, which is really keeping the golds pretty close, as that's going to be the Fear and the ult into Ondil. Just trying to boost his damage numbers before the end of the game.
You got to stack that Archangels as well. It's very important.
True. Yeah. That's a very good angle. Thank you, Chronicler.
I do wonder if this isn't the type of game where you can get away with building a bit more damage focus. Archangels obviously provides a ton of extra survival potential, but outside of Teddy diving on top of you, I feel like generally you should be fine with the positioning that you're going to be looking for. That said, if he did have Archangels, he wouldn't have died in the gank earlier. So right now, both teams dead even on gold. I guess the Herald fight might be a big opportunity for either of them here to really take a lead. Looking at the item finishes, as UCal.
Assassin Corky is getting in there. The flash and the dodge on the missile. He goes back in, but it's traded. And it's actually Bulldog who makes the most of it. Barely getting away, able to trade back the kill, but he was pretty much done for. As
Spear?
Rich is in a bit of trouble, but he is Cassante.
Well, if they hit their skill shots, I think he would have been dead.
It's difficult. Poke comps, you know, you actually need to be able to hit your stuff, so that could be a little bit of an issue. We do have a trap here in the bush, not going to be contesting, and not contesting on the Herald either.
Yeah, because with that extended play of them towards the bot side, you don't really get too much. So UCal here actually very aware of his own damage spike, and then could have just let it be the end of it. Yeah, did go back in. So I think kind of implicitly accepted the fact, maybe thought that he wouldn't die. But with the new turrets, you know you're always going to end up going down there.
Yeah.
That said, I still think that most likely favors DRX because they got the Herald of it, and Rich survive. And if Sponge can start like Hextech Drakes, obviously we always talk about how broken Hextech is, but Zyra with Hextech is Corky.
Not okay.
Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, this is when we were looking at the draft, we were like, well, they have elements of poke as well. It just doesn't feel as good as the DN Freaks one. But if you're ahead and you have Hextech Soul, then it doesn't matter what the comps look like. Your poke's going to be better.
I swear, Veldas, this entire game, I just see Rich at like 20% HP.
Yep.
He's just perpetually getting bullied, which is also why you can see the gold deficit come through here. That said, they used Sponge's ultimate, but most likely are still going to make a play for this Drake. I do see some backs coming through, so I guess they are going to vacate instead. Whoa.
Oh, gonna hit it. That is excellent from Teddy. Can he finish the job? One more auto might do it. There you go. Under the turret, Teddy picks up a kill just by himself as well. Rich not even part of that. So excellent. Nice little pickup. As now looking for a bit in mid here. It does look like they did give up the Drake for this, as they're actually looking for a couple of turrets instead.
Yeah, we keep going for these side lane plays, and I do think getting Teddy kills is obviously great. And because they have the Herald, I think they get away with this. But it is one of those moments where, is the one kill really worth giving up a dragon? No, it is. They're able to get top shove as well, able to get mid lane turret pretty substantially chunked. So I don't think DRX is going to be too worried about how this plays out, and that's the 6 grub value, baby. Look at that.
Yeah, I think they made a call as a team like, hey, let's use what we've gained from the early game, which is the 6 grubs and our Herald. So we're just going to get immense pushing value. They did not take the mid tier 1, so that still stands barely. But that is going to be something that Berserker can farm around at least. As long as he doesn't get flashed on by UCal, who has decided that every champion is an assassin. It is UCal after all.
He's making Corky look good. That's maybe perhaps the most impressive thing we're watching in this game. As I say that,
you are very good at caster cursing. It is true.
Curses aren't real, Veldas.
They definitely are when it comes to your curses, at least.
So we take another look here. Do take note of his flash. Actually very cool. Ends up flashing away to ensure that he doesn't get feared away right here. Otherwise, might not have the damage. And even with the Archangels, not enough health, and Bulldog really having a tough game here on the way. Currently 1-3.
Well, we have the slow there on Andil, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. Bulldog do not push into all of those people. Gonna get some extra vision from the True Shot Barrage. And yeah, I mean, he was doing well in lane, Bulldog, and then everything went awry when Sponge showed up. And the Zyra hasn't had a lot of success. It was 2-5 in group stage, was picked a lot more earlier on, and then teams just kind of shied away from it. But in this game, it's been farming very well, already has 2 items, 2 damage items at that. And if you're ahead and you're dealing with, you know, desperate rel engages, you're going to get a lot of value, at least, in that aspect.
Things just feel pretty great for DRX here, right? The poke composition feels like you're playing from behind the curve, which is the worst place to be. 2 item spikes have not been hit for both Berserker and Bulldog, and I do think that this is the type of situation where, like, if Sponge walks into 3 pieces of poke a little bit too happily, they can still lose a possible contest on a future objective, but Teddy is monstrously fed, which means side laning is going to be kind of a nightmare for the DN Freaks. We have Sponge, who's feeling great, able to build up a pretty substantial lead. Yukal, who is getting very close to his transformation as well, and as noted, is making Corki look good.
Yeah, the most impressive part of it all.
Really is.
As Otacon on the bottom of the map this time around.
You can just start it up and maybe try and force a teleport out of Rich.
Yeah, as long as they
that'd be
actually
fine.
back away and don't just die for no reason.
Well, they're going to have to, because Rich is just going to keep on pushing. So they need to, I guess we're just having to
send Dudu back, yeah.
Leave it at that. All right, the poke. That's what the composition is built around.
Yep, all you got to do is land some poke. TP's coming in. Life is level 8 and struggling a little bit. There's the flank. Life, they're just going to leave him. They're like, no, you're dead, buddy. As the fear comes down, Bulldog now trying to flash away. There's the knock-up as the flank from Dudu not nearly as good. Rich trying to get some value, but he's actually being burnt down as a trade of top laners will come through. And DNF at least able to kite back against the Cassante very well. Felt like Rich really tried to force that one, but here comes Yukal, and the flash is on in, plus the ult. Not going to get Pyosik this time around, and here comes Berserker. Trying to go crazy. You saw that one smash clip?
Someone has to, because currently DRX get away with yet another play that ends up, I think, mostly being favorable for them, because a lot of flashes on the DN Freaks are used. Yukal, Berserker, he's taking matters into his own hand.
I mean, he's hit a spike, right? And there you go. Life comes in and supports his buddy Berserker. And just like that, Yukal has to flash.
Again, there's so many waves and layers to this fight. So it starts off with a deep TP from Rich. They do isolate. Then you see this TP from Dudu, and you're like, what's going on? But he's tank Jace. So while Rich is alone fighting multiple people, actually doesn't really get to do anything, but he does eat the cooldowns and the damage dealers are in there. Then Sponge gets to walk away from the final bit of damage that comes through. But I do think that the poke that Berserker was able to put down should give them prio, because Yukal had to back, doesn't have his flash, does still have TP, but this Drake is going to be huge, because if the DN Freaks can get Soul Point, it would be absolutely huge, and I think really, because I feel like they're not that far behind, but the play has just not been very inspiring thus far. Getting this Drake, though, would be huge, and they do have setup. They're the ones in River first. They have prio in mid, and that should be a best-case scenario here. Sponge, though, fleet footwork from him.
Yeah, he's dodging everything. And just going to start it up. And they say, okay, go ahead, try to engage onto us. We will wait for it. Sponge on the Zyra, trying to go for the flank with the gates.
On Neil, ooh, we'll get spotted there.
Yeah.
Trying to look for a flank angle.
Spot the ward as well. I mean, there's really not... There's no wards behind them, behind DNF. So...
The poke is landing, though.
Yeah.
On either side, both Dudu and Life chunked, Sponge and Rich as well. Mid lane prio is there for DN Freaks, though, and they do have a lot more effective range. That's mid lane turret.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. I mean, they're going to get at least equal presence there with the turrets down. And
start hitting those spears, man. Wait.
No. Hey, he hit the plant.
Yeah.
I hit that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good. I mean, it's not the easiest thing to hit, and that's why we like to see setup for Nidalees, generally. And our teams don't listen to us, but that's just fine. And now trying to go in as the Sport's going to go at it, and they will be traded out here. Dudu and Yukal trading blows as well. The Sponge ult kind of just wasted. Doesn't really do much except zone, and now he's very low. A chance here for DNF, perhaps? But they might just back instead.
I was very worried that Yukal was going to get his back cancelled by Angry Otacon there. What did we learn here, Veldas? I do not know. I
feel like both teams are very nervous.
I'm trying to divine something that we can really take away from what we just witnessed, and I'm just not quite sure.
I think, you know what I said? I think that's...
It's pressure.
Really the only thing. Because both teams are... It feels like they are walking on
They're like, oh, I don't want to be the guy to lose the game.
Yeah.
If he gets the wall stun there, I think this play actually ends up working out a lot better. But because Life gets to just buy like a second or two extra, actually gets to block this after, because they are
just doing Baron.
Just doing Nash. This is one of the advantages that you do get with Kai'Sa as well as Zyra, and I think they're gonna get it.
Yeah, I mean,
gone.
They should get it. There's not really much that DNF can do. They're trying to kill Rich here, and they might just be able to, as a little consolation prize, not the disengage cone, please. Okay, there you go. Gonna take him down, but one kill, and DRX got a Baron? And now they can try to utilize that to maybe
do not
stop
take
this.
Otacon. Take the Dragon. I know it's a bad trade. You don't want to do Soul, but you cannot do Otacon.
They're going for Otacon.
No, I know. I see the pings, Valdez. But
they're going for
there's
Otacon.
4 members alive. I know you have good zone control, but...
well, they baited out the ult.
Well, if they can get an engage, so that'd be huge. 20 seconds until Rich is alive. I just feel like you can get Soul Point here. That's fine. It's there to go.
Okay. They're going to turn onto UCal. The fake Otacon into the UCal kill.
Big.
And now they're going to go for Otacon. So still sights set on this objective and not the one that Chronicler wants. But that's just okay, as not into the wall. Life will immediately die anyway.
Sponge is still there. Has flash available. It's available now.
Otacon just took a ton of damage, and Berserker as well. In goes Teddy, and there's really, the fear comes in, and Teddy has to flash out, but the health bars are so low here on the side of DNF. They're just running away, and the peeling fears are really what it's about. The Seeker gonna hit Pyoshik, but no ult available for Teddy. And now DRX just get whatever they want.
Running like Montoya was DNF, but I don't know if they're going to get there in time. And now they're starting the Otacon. Just take the Dragon.
TP coming in. They're not going to let this happen. You're playing into a poke comp. Do they have the damage? They have Zyra. They have Kai'Sa. I think they have the damage, to be honest. They're going to get it low enough. The poke's coming down. Down to 2 health. Okay. Well, they get the Otacon. That is done.
All right, they don't know about Dudu.
Okay, just trying to engage here, trying to peel for Berserker. Dudu on the flank. And here comes Zucal. He is Valkyrieing in, flashing into the enemy team. As ult comes down, but Yucal does not give a damn, as he will just be rezzed and withdrawn. DRX getting further and further ahead.
Are you familiar with sunk cost fallacy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the dog said too.
I don't know if DN freaks are. After that sequence,
Clearly not,
unfortunately, as losing the Baron, getting Soul Point, that's something that doesn't feel great. You know, that's rough. That might end up losing you the game, but yeah, Otacon is such a dangerous objective because it shreds health. And you know how, like, when you tank Baron, you need to try and ensure that you kind of swap every now and then so that you get this. Otacon does it AoE. I saw Berserker take like 40% of his health there. Just in Otacon damage.
Yeah.
You can't do
Our
this.
teams still don't know.
Because this catch, wonderful. I actually really like the idea of what they do here, right? You bait them in, you hope someone missteps in the rotation, and then that's enough. But again, look at Berserker's health. I assume there's also one piece of poke as hits him as life goes in. Okay, so it's the orbs, and then here I think he tanks the red circle.
Well, okay, we're not going to see it, but it actually uses as well. Like, they're trying to take it down.
Yeah. And then, obviously, as soon as the objective is gone, nothing they can really do. Life there, I don't even know if that crash down would have changed the play, but missing that still is going to feel very, very bad. And this game did not go in the way that we expected in many ways. But I think right now DRX are looking good for that blue side win.
Yeah. And DNF, maybe their 6th red side loss, which is honestly difficult to do. I feel like with the comp that they got, it doesn't really have much to do with red side at all, right? It's just, they're just not, they haven't figured out how to play from the side. You know, it just hasn't worked out from red side for one reason or another. Maybe some of those losses were draft gaps, but certainly DNF had the tools in this draft to get a win, but it's not what we're seeing. The game isn't over, but the Otacon buff into a Hextech Drake, a 7,000 gold lead for DRX. leads you to believe that eventually they should be able to take this out, especially because Teddy's looking great today. A lot of picks, great timing to go in. He is super fed and has a arm guard as well, so he can kind of just do whatever he wants and blow up any target. Really, the only tanky member is the Jace. The Rel, as we have seen, not so much.
And Berserker's trying, man. Hasn't died yet. I imagine going to be looking good in the damage numbers as well. Did unfortunately kind of get beaten by a PvE encounter. But again, I don't think that that specifically was what ended up being their downfall. It just really feels like this DN Freaks roster is just not on the same page. And there's a reason why they're the 6th seed in play-ins, right? It just hasn't really come together the way that it could. If you look...
He hit a spear. I saw it.
Yep, he did. That did happen. Did hit the 1 spear on the enemy jungler up 2 levels.
Yes.
And 2k gold.
And he healed himself from the poke that he took. So he's got that going for him. And that's about it. Waiting for this Baron to spawn. DNF, they're doing the right thing. They're trying to push out mid and top, and mid as a team. But you can see the level difference even here for our AD carries. Berserker will at least hit level 16. It's just a level gap across the board.
We're gonna need some absolute heroics from Berserker if they want to crawl their way back into this game. Did go for BT, which actually will help with this Kai'Sa poke, which at this point is a real menace, as well as the poke from the rest of the team. Maybe you just set up a Baron and hope that they overextend into you. Like,
no vision, really. I mean, there is a flanking Corki and 1 ward, but a lot of poke is landing here from DNF.
Yukao is a nuisance.
All right, just gonna flash on into that one, but here comes Teddy on the left. Ando's gonna go down, and Yukao with the flank. It is gonna work out perfectly. The timing as he does come in. Dudu, we're gonna try to go for the 3v1. Does pick up 1 kill, but he will also hit the floor. Meanwhile, Bulldog being chased by Yukao, and they're just gonna try to end the game. TP's coming in. Not even worried about the Baron at this point.
The flanking Corki is the deadliest as Yukao sows enough chaos, allowing an opportunity there for Teddy to dive into the enemy backline. Clean game from him on the Kai'Sa as well, by the way.
Yeah.
As unfortunately for DN Freaks, their red side win rate not going to get any better this time around.
Bulldog desperate to try to clear the wave, and he will be able to a little bit, but not quite enough. Trying to stop this one. Bulldog flashing away life. Just trying to buy as much time as he possibly can. As Zonya's even going to come down here for Teddy, and they will last hit the Nexus. DRX from the blue side take game 1 in relatively smooth fashion. There were some crazy team fights there in the mid game, but you have to say that the game was mostly in their favor, and just looking great from the beginning of the series.
DRX, again, it feels like they kind of thrive in these more messy games, you know, and I think the coaching staff is looking, I'm like, guys,
he is so frustrated.
We can play this cleaner, right? Like, we didn't have to get this messy, which is warranted, but where credit is due. I think DRX looked good. I think Ando actually had a great game. He's definitely had some up and downs, but in this game was where he needed to be. Actually got a lot of value out of the puppy. It was his catch early on Berserker that I think really hamstrung DN Freaks, because it is really starting to look like, and even though Dudu had a better game, if Berserker doesn't 1v9, this team just doesn't really offer a whole lot. I think the Nidalee pick was just a bit of a disaster. It didn't feel like there was any synergy with the rest of the team. The spears weren't hitting. It really did feel like the worst type of pick away, where you're like, we can't give this to Sponge. And then Pioshik ended up having basically 0 impact. And the team needs someone to have an impact, Valdez.
Well, they weren't able to find much of that in game 1, but DRX feeling pretty good. 1 win away from moving on to the next round of play-ins. We'll take a break, guys, and we'll be right back for game 2.
괜찮아.
이거 대포라인.
왜 노플이야?
딩딩딩.
왜 몰라 몰라.
풀 모르겠다. 방금
풀 있는 거 안 썼어.
오케이.
안 썼는데.
이제 라크를 이만 못 쓰게 해봐. 이러면 끝난데.
그래 끝났어?
아.
다음만 쳐.
타워
나
라인 라인.
우쳐.
에라
타 빨리 타. 타. 네, 다 나와.
치는 척하면서 에라 모르겠다 빨리.
좋은데?
나왔어, 이제 나왔어.
끝내줘.
나왔어, 이제 나왔어.
끝내야 돼.
끝났어.
야 카이사 신났어.
아 끝났어. 내가
나이스.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Lol Park for the LCK Cup. And yes, colors different, just like we're in a different phase of the tournament. It's play-ins time. It's win or go home. I am D Blonde, or Blonde Gone, whichever you would like to call me, joined by Wadid and Ox, also known as Wox.
You know what I heard? I heard Degon say that if Bro win the LCK Cup, next hair color is going to be green.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
Has to be, of course.
Of course, if Bro win the LCK Cup, the next color will be green.
Lock it in.
Lock it in, right?
You can lock it in. We've now set it on broadcast. It's a real thing. I can't believe you just wagered my hair like that. I just want to do something different. All right. Let's get into this one, as it was DRX taking the victory over the DN Freaks. And we got to look at this draft here. Very clear compositions, but a questionable couple picks here.
Yeah, so I actually really didn't like the Zyra and the Poppy here. You're playing into a lot of long-range poke. I feel like you want to gap close onto that. We've seen Zyra struggle into the Nidalee before. And you have this composition from Quantum Freaks where you can just fire that poke at the enemy team from a distance, and there's limited engage from DRX. The problem, though, with the Quantum Freaks composition is they really all in on this poke. They have Nidalee, they have Ezreal, they have Hui. They're all skill shot reliant, and I think just the burden of execution was too high. You miss too many skill shots, you just kind of fall apart. And I also think you didn't need this many sources of poke to make the composition work. You know, I think maybe the final pick for Hui, I know it's a Bulldog pick, but I think it was too much, and there wasn't enough setup, and you saw a lot of these skill shots actually missing at critical times.
Yeah, and we have highlights that cover that throughout this game. We're starting with our first one here, and Wadid is on the telestrator, so we're calling this one What Details. Take it away, Wadid.
Yeah, so basically, as you mentioned, they had only one engage tool, which is Rel from Life. And I think they had really great chance of winning this fight if actually they just go on Corki here, because he had no vision. I mean, he assumed that Rel is there, but I don't think can any of pro player can dodge Rel flash engage on this target. Like, for example, if he actually just go on this target with flash, they can actually melt down the Corki and make the rotation really easy. But instead of that, he was just hesitating here. So just let Yukol walk around, right? And after that, he finally decides to just go on Zyra here. But as you can see, Sponge already used his ultimate, so he got separate kind of area here. So I think that was really easy space for DRX to make easy damage on the target because of the Zyra ulti. So I feel like if Life went on Corki at first place, it could be way easier fight for DNF, especially when they have poke competition. But I think that was really awful outcome from Life here.
I think especially when you have a composition like this and Rel is that only sort of engage source, you really have to be on point. It kind of felt like their Life was just too tentative. And it wasn't the only instance, but that was really a glaring one.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you're trying to think about the composition here, you need to land some poke. If you're the only point of engage, you have to have that killer instinct. Not the Kaisa, no pun intended there. If your Life did not. And here's our second one here, where yet again, DRX kind of get caught in some decision making, and their indecision ends up leading to getting punished.
Yeah, this is a great call. So DNF have really been leaning towards the bot side where Arakan and the Hextech Dragon is. But, you know, DRX just open up on the top side after the recalls. It's Zyra, it's Kaisa. They're so fast at taking this objective. And DNF really just aren't there in time to contest. They do end up, however, getting a single kill, and they think, well, we got a kill, let's see what we can make of this.
Yeah, I mean, at first place, giving up the Nasher as a poke comp is just feels awful, you know? Like, you can't really do the free Nasher when you're playing as poke comp, right? Like, especially when you're playing as Ziggs and Ezreal. But that was really bad at first place, but after that, it was even worse.
Yeah, so that would be their third Hextech Dragon. You know, one away from Soul would be pretty big. Not really worth losing the Baron, I'd still say, but still good. But this is a great bait, you know? We talked about Life not being decisive enough. This is what we wanted to see from him earlier. This is some good moves. They kill Corki, and then they can just take the dragon.
Yeah, take the dragon.
Oh,
easy temp.
No, the dragon. And they decide against it, you know? And then I want you to just focus in on Berserker right now, because he doesn't actually get hit by any champions, but look at his health. Okay, he actually eased forward to try and save his help out his support here. Gets hit a bit by Arakan. Oh no. Oh no, he's gonna hit some more. Look at his health. And then the drain ends up coming through. And Arakan just has 1 HP your AD carry. That's the Arcane Shift or he would have died there. yeah, they could not do this buff, and this turns out not as bad as it could have, considering he survived against that dive in, but like it is immediately cooked.
Yeah, and also on top of that, Berserker didn't have the lifesteal on his rune, so it was really rough at the same time. But also, I think they were really bad on using their tempo by themselves, because it was just so easy to see that they have only tempo to use on the Drake, but not on Atakan. So I think they have to really just clean out their calls and like make easy calls on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that draft was very straightforward. It was poke him down, be at the right spot, poke him down. Life, you got to be the one setting him up. Wasn't until later did DNF pull the trigger, but it was too late by that point. DRX up 1-0 again. The loser of this match will not play until April when the LCK regular season kicks on off. You can see Bulldog thinking about how he doesn't want that to happen, but no matter what, game 2 will happen. To do that, let's send it on over to our casters to get it done.
Thank you so much, Blonde Gone and the boys, Wadetailed, and of course, Aux, as we do pronounce it here. Still, he didn't touch on where he de-went earlier on, remember? Yeah, there he is, Wadetails and Aux. Yeah, but we still don't know where Degon de-went earlier on in the beginning of Game 1. Yeah, I can't hear him, unfortunately. We'll never know, as we are getting ready to jump into draft number 2. Can DNF figure it out from the blue side, Chronicler?
I'm not feeling great about it, Valdez. I really did feel like when both the desk and us are basically 100% of the same opinion, even highlighting specifically the Poppy and the Zyra, which also made us go, I don't know about that. And then they also highlight the exact... That's when you know that a team has done something that's made everyone watching very upset. I think it's hard to just move past that. And I want you to look at Pioshik's face. That is a man that both in his greatest moments and in his struggles is always emoting, right? Like, and I think we see it right there. He's feeling the pressure. I don't think he had the game, and what was said earlier by the space is also warranted. It is hard to hit those skill shots, right? Realistically, that's why often you combine at least some form of setup. They had very little in that game, but even then it felt like there was a pervasive feeling of there was more to be done in that game than what ended up happening. And now you are a single game loss away from the LCK Cup being over. So for DN Freak, there's a ton of pressure, and a lot of the issues persist that we've witnessed with this team. It just doesn't feel like they really gel together in the team fights and the calls, and even in the early skirmishes.
When you think about DRX, I mean, Newcal is really impressive during group stage, and Teddy, you know, his first game back, we were like, oh yeah, you know, it's Teddy, but now every game I watch him, I'm like, it's Teddy. He is back, you know, especially against opponents that, you know, as a team, I would say he is able to really just take down. He's always been great against, you know, tough opponents, weak opponents, but in this one, he's really shining. And now they're going to give him probably the Ashe here. We already seen Ezreal and Kai'Sa thinking about the Ashe, but also hovering Aurora. Let's see what they give him in this game.
Love an Aurora. It can go Aurora and Nocturne here. On the 1-2 is a possibility. Is of course a flex pick. Could theoretically also go to a Rich, but if you can have Newcal play a champion with as much impact as Aurora can have in team fights, I'm going to be feeling great about that.
I mean, he made Corki, engage Corki, a thing in that last game.
Corki.
Flanking Corki. He's like, I'll show you all the different angles of Corki that you haven't quite seen before.
It was just a skill issue all along, as we're finding out as the Ashe also gets locked in. Ashe slots into basically any comp. Varus has been taken away. Kalista has been banned, and that's kind of the trio of high priority picks. I do think Ashe is one of those AD carries where theoretically, with a pick like Wukong, you can make her life a living hell. It was a stationary target, and that's a circle comp. This is cohesive, but the draft has not really been the issue for DN Freaks. It's been actually playing it out, but this is, I think, great. Everyone wants to go in. We're all going to play aggressively. Now, what do you pair with this when it comes to an AD carry? Remains to be seen, but anything that wants to play forward or can provide a lot of backup, I think, is be feeling great. I'm worried they might be looking towards the MF. I hope they don't.
Yeah.
Because I want to see Berserker on something that has agency. And even though he did get beaten by an objective, I feel like when it comes to his play outside of that, he was really good in the last game and the one shining light for DN.
Well, we got a Rakan ban here, so that's going to be the first one. I mean, Galio Rakan, very obnoxious. I think that's a warranted ban. But, you know, will they target the AD carry pool at all? I do wonder, you know, if they're worried about an MF. I know that we aren't very happy with MF and the way it has performed, but in general, the teams have still been picking it up when they get a chance. So like an MF or even like a Jhin if you're looking for more pick, that's not really maybe enough damage. So maybe too many picks to ban away, so maybe just ban another support? Or
Can even go Ziggs here.
There you go.
Have a good amount if you're DN
Or Jinx, right? Maybe that's why they banned the Lulu, because, you know, with the resets, if you just pile on and you have the Jinx behind it.
Yeah, yeah. This is the other, it's either protect the Jinx comms, or as you're saying, you just have a strong 2v2 lane. Playing Braum into Lulu is also kind of a nightmare. What is going to be the setup here for the DRX jungler? It looks like going to be Xin Zhao. Slots into basically anything. Very versatile. I'm not the biggest Xin Zhao fan. I feel like the champion is quite strong, but you do kind of rely on getting rolling early to have the biggest impact. And yeah, I think Ziggs makes a ton of sense. You get to neutralize laning against Ashe and Braum, which is a nightmare. Gives you a lot of flexibility with your support as well, as you don't really need to be tied to that bot lane pick. Now for life, what is it going to be? Like Leona, I think is good, but trying to play Leona into Braum just doesn't seem that great.
Leona?
Still might be the Leona, just so they have a guaranteed engage source, but this time around I do feel like they have plenty of go buttons compared to last time. Playing that into Braum, I don't think it's going to be feeling amazing. But maybe life, wanting an opportunity for revenge, and it is good. More setup for Ziggs is always going to feel great. As the counter Camille. Counter both into Ambessa and also counter because there's a Galio on the enemy team. But if you really think about it, isn't Aurora Camille just Galio Camille with some extra steps?
No?
Not really, but if you think about it a little...
If you really think about it, you know, Aurora also has a circle ult.
It's hexagon and circle. You know, you keep them inside. A lot of damage.
Is it a hexagon? I thought it was just a perfect circle.
No, I mean the Camille.
Oh, right. Okay. There you go.
No, the other one is a perfect circle.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. You're like, you've seen this a million times. So like, wait, did I see it wrong the whole time?
Yeah. Well, it's definitely happened before.
It happened to me about about a million times.
We've been casting this game for a very long time. Some things just fly under the radar.
Yeah, or they
brain fills in the
them,
gaps, you know?
And then they change them back, and then they change them again.
And then you think it's like the original one, and then, you know, cut through, dominate. A little shout out to I Will Dominate, I guess. No, that's their motto. But you can choose to leave whatever you want.
The SpongeBob memes just, they really do kind of make themselves, don't they?
What was with the jacked Teddy? I mean, I get it, but...
It's his gameplay.
I guess so. Yeah. Kind of like you, Cal. With the definitely not Photoshop Silas cosplay that he did. It looks like we're ready, guys. Game number 2 begins right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Game number 2 in this best of 3 is actually match point for both of these teams. Well, the winning team, obviously DRX, have match point. And if they win this, they will go on with the 2-0 and move on to the next phase of play-ins, which will be played tomorrow, I believe, with the best of 5 on Sunday. So, you know, you're going to have back-to-back days. Could be a lot of stress, a lot of preparation going into that one. But will be interesting to see how it all does pan out. And if DNF can make a comeback from the blue side, would make Game 3 very interesting.
Looking at the compositions here, DN Freaks, very straightforward. You dive, and then you throw a Ziggs bomb on top of all your circles, and then that should be enough to make it work. For DRX, really does feel like they can definitely team fight, but it's more of a 1-4, 1-3-1 style composition where you're going to be trying and leverage the power of particularly the Camille. But both Camille and Aurora are insanely threatening in their side lanes, while also being notoriously hard to pin down with the amount of safety that they have built into their kits. We do have the swap coming through from DRX again. I do think their swaps looked a lot better, even with Rich dying early on last time. And then secondly, Camille, I think, is into Ambessa, something that eventually gets to have a great time, but the early levels are not something you're going to be super excited about. And Dudu is now Ambessa stuck in a sad lane swap into Braum and Ash.
Amba stuck.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's Amba stuck.
Yeah. Unfortunate. That's the way the lane swaps. And these top laners just have to suffer. You're the 80 carry once again.
Life decides that Berserker does not need him, which he doesn't because he zigs. And as long as we don't see any aggressive satcheling, Berserker should be completely fine. Has TP available as well, as might actually be patching the swap here. It looks like Berserker now making his way over.
Maybe a little cheeky bait as well. I mean, they're going to find
Life
level
is
1
still
life.
level 1.
Yeah. Hasn't really been in a lane very much, getting experience.
Yeah, they don't know about Berserker coming over, but they will know the moment that that TP comes through. That was free health, so Sponge should be... Wait, did Pioche get it? I think Pioche got it, actually.
Did he really?
I'm not sure. Maybe it was the auto?
Smite on cooldown for Pioche, not for Sponge. And now going in on Pioche, though, the Braum stun might just be enough, but on to level 2, and here we go! Andil getting super low, and he will be taken down. First blood goes to DNF, but here comes the Ass. Very good in this kind of situation, getting the stragglers. A couple of kills go to DRX immediately. And there you go, DRX able to turn it on its head and win the fight.
Yeah, I don't know about trying to hard force a skirmish into Ash Braum and Xin level 3. I feel like that's definitely not...
But they got the Braum!
Yeah!
Worth!
Yeah, we threw all our damage into Braum! That'll do it. And a large part of what makes that work is the fact that obviously Braum is insanely strong in these skirmishes, but like he still tanks a ton. He tanks an Ignite, gets his passive off one more time, and as you point out, Teddy is unchecked in all of this.
They use all their flashes to engage as well.
And you have Ziggs.
He said something about Andil, but I didn't quite catch what it was.
I'm sure it was, you are a worthy sacrifice, and you did great. We're proud of you.
That's definitely not what Yukao would say. He probably said, like,
wow, can't believe you died.
I can't believe you died. Like, thanks for dying. You know, I'm going to get fed off of this. You know, your sacrifice is for me. Thank you very much. Probably something like that is what I would imagine. And now in this lane, I mean, kind of an awkward spot. I mean, you still have Ziggs, so regardless if the lane is pushing into you, you can always just throw bombs and farm. Another reason to enjoy this pick. And now in the 1v1 here, Rich seems to be doing quite well. Is losing a lot of his mana and just went
It's fine, he has cookies.
Those don't give mana.
This is one of the things we talked about. They do increase your mana regen, right?
I thought that was changed, right? They took it away?
Well, I know they don't give it immediately. I don't know, it's hard to keep track of the different types
There's just so many little changes. It's exactly what we were talking about before. Well, you gotta like pull out the encyclopedia of League of Legends. We're like, okay, well, let's see all the changes. Yeah, Yukao's just getting a free plate mid. Kind of funny how that works. The Galio into the Aurora early on, not exactly having a fun time. And just got back here, Bulldog level 5. Had to walk back as well, didn't have TP. And he's down a level, and he takes a giant chunk the second he gets here. It's just not a fun time. DRX, they control mid, they control top. So they will get the grubs. And that means that Pioshik is going to run down towards the dragon and take it down.
As you correctly surmised, as of this season, no longer there. Only health.
Yep.
You do get extra permanent health, but yeah.
There you go. Just another little change that snuck by the mastermind chronicler.
Well, I don't know if I would call myself a mastermind.
Well, you wouldn't, but everybody else would.
Let's move on from this conversation. As currently, DRX feeling great, about a 1.5k gold lead this early on. UCal, as we pointed out, one of the biggest advantages that he was able to find thanks to that early skirmish. Bulldog is now level 6, so the side laning potential is there for the DN Freaks, which at least is something. But right now, they are behind basically everywhere, as he does have Satchel.
He has to flash to get close, though.
Oh.
That's pretty rough. I mean, Ziggs without flash, definitely very punishable, especially if Satchel is ever misused, which we see all the time, unfortunately. Rich generally should be doing well in this matchup, but...
Yeah, so short...
Really?
Yeah, short trades are good. And then early on, you do actually have a... I think Camille, like the first couple of levels, always feels a bit deceptively strong, but at this point I think Dudu definitely should be running the lane up until Rich gets to those classic Camille breakpoints, right? When you get maxed out Q, currently on level 4, so that's 2 more levels. When you start building or finishing your actual items, once you have Triforce, once you have Sterix.
I forget who it was who played the Camille. Was it Zeus?
I'm pretty sure. I think we've had like 2.
Oh, Arrow coming down, already level 6. The Satchel is fantastic. Just like that, you can disengage from fights. Use it for disengaging. It's very good. But yeah, we saw this matchup before, and I think the Camille just absolutely might have been just like a player diff in that game. But you're definitely right that gotta wait a little bit to get those items online, and the Camille will always begin to flourish. For now, just catching waves, totally fine. You know, matching farm, Rich actually ahead. And everything going pretty smoothly here for DRX. I feel like so many times UCal, especially with the lead, just goes totally unchecked. And Bulldog is just here in mid, just taking abuse and losing health, losing turret plates, they're losing objectives. As some slows are going to come down here, Berserker. Looks like no Satchel available. Tons of damage going in. Being pumped into the Ziggs. One more will do it on the auto, but here comes the Galio, and the trade will come in. Bulldog at least able to shore up the play.
That's probably worth for DN Freaks, even though it feels bad. The Berserker actually did end up dying. As you pointed out, no Satchel. Like, they got double sums, and they traded 1 for 1. Did have to invest Bulldog's Flash, which obviously also not going to feel great. Not sure if that was really necessary, given that Teddy had already used both of his, and he was so low. I think in a longer chase was still going to be able to catch up to him. As we take another look here, Berserker.
Oh, that Satchel is just illegal.
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't even notice that. You can't do that.
No. Well, clearly he couldn't because he died immediately, so you love to see that. And then we have the ultimate here. So Bulldog, yeah, with that trying to get... I guess he trades Flash for Flash with Vandal, trying to get both of them with the taunt. Ends up working out for him as he still picks up the kill on Teddy. But that did all kind of come from the aggressive Satchel, otherwise that play wouldn't have been possible. And it further digs the hole. DN Freaks currently 2k goal behind. If they lose this game, that's it. That's the LCK Cup done for them. And I'm gonna be frank, Veldas, it does feel like they need some time. They need time to kind of figure out how does this roster work, who are we playing for, what are we playing towards, because that early, like this play top was fine, but that early jungle skirmish really kind of encapsulates the feel of if you're going for those type of early skirmishes and you basically flip in the game, you need to either know that you have a stronger comp, which they definitely didn't.
I think maybe they just didn't think about it too much.
Yeah, well, that's
maybe the coach was like, by the way, don't fight them early, and then they just did it anyway. That could certainly happen. Oh. Blast Cone would have saved him anyway.
Yeah, Flash as well.
Yeah.
Should have always been fine there. But the objectives are currently tied, as we have 3 grubs for DRX, and DNF are sitting on a single dragon, as we have a full rotation. Another angle, that's Braum.
Yeah, they're trying to fight into Braum. The TP comes down. That's a very nice solar flare. The Braum ult's trying to help him, and no flash, as you mentioned. Teddy is going to take a beating, but here comes the Camille. A trade back, and now you've got Life in a big issue. They're trying to go right in. Sponge wants the kill. He's going to get one, but not the other. But look at UCal. He's doing so much damage, and again, he is unchecked in this fight and should eventually be able to take down Dudu, you would imagine. Although the dashes are coming in and another satchel will be used to finally get them out of dodge. So ends up just kind of being an interesting trade outside of the Grubs. Grubs not totally claimed just yet.
Yeah, some missed skill shots there avert a total disaster. As we take another look, it's life going in here and going in on Brom. Always going to feel rough, but it's really a bait. Really good ultimate from him there. Kind of baits Teddy in by going in on Ondale. And there's no sums, this is what we talked about earlier. The problem for DN Freaks is that Teddy really isn't the main carry. UCAL was already monstrously fed at this point, and Sponge further extends the play, and I think they definitely could have ended up going even worse if Berserker doesn't get his flash and is able to flash away right there. And then we also had Dudu just barely dodging one of UCAL's skills, which probably would have ended up killing him on the pullback. But by the end of that play, DRX still got a grub, won't get the full objective, but they did also get, what was it, 2 more kills on UCAL, who's now
Oh my god.
3-0 and is picking up plates and crashing his full wave.
He's got 5 stacks on his Dark Seal. He is going to go back and buy a component or maybe just finish off the boots. I mean, this guy is... He's kind of out of control fed. This is like that mid laner in solo queue.
Is UCAL the 3rd best mid in the LCK at the moment? I'm not joking.
I mean, right
so
now...
we have Showmaker and Faker, because Chovy thus far hasn't looked that good. Zach hasn't looked that good.
I'd say he has played better. Has been more of an MVP to his team, especially.
Is that where we're at?
Compared to Chovy and
maybe it's also expectations, right? Maybe we're judging them too harshly based on the form they've had so far. But the fact that we can talk about it in the first place,
yeah,
sure, you can push back, but that's kind of insane.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be true, but just the fact that he's in the conversation. It's kind of crazy. There's a fantastic arrow, and now UCAL, does he have the damage to take out Dudu? They've got a lot of people coming down here. The ult easily dodged by UCAL as the engage Braum ult's going to get on top of Pyosik here. Zig's trying to help out from very far. UCAL getting pretty low, but Life not going to be able to get it. He just goes invis, and you're not going to lock down UCAL's Aurora. It's not going to happen. And he picks up 4 kills now.
Bit of a caster blessing on that one. As another kill for UCAL. Teddy, meanwhile, just happily fired his arrow and has just been collecting farm in the mid lane. Berserker also forced a TP to catch that mid wave, and that's going to be the objective going over to DRX as well. 3k gold lead now as we take another look. So the arrow ends up chunking out Dudu, but UCAL doesn't actually get that much damage down on him. Dudu obviously is pretty beefy, has a lot of build and sustain as well. But then has to vacate the area anyway. And then here, the fact that he is able to flash away, stay out of Pyoshik's sight, go back into stealth. Now, untouched.
While eating a massive amount of damage from the Ziggs ult, by the way, which was pretty far away.
He did kind of hop into the middle there, which might have ended up, if it ended up killing him, would have been unfortunate. But it didn't. As, we do see Sponge, as we expected, taking that dragon there. I don't think this game is fully done, but I do think we are circling the drain right now, Valdez.
Well, I would agree. And UCAL has already done 10k damage, 15 minutes into the game. And obviously, as you get more items, you're going to be doing more damage. So to have that number at this point, pretty impressive. And Chronicler's already preparing his POM sheet.
I'm thinking about the comments. You know,
I do wonder who you would choose. It's a very difficult choice.
Yeah.
You know, Teddy's arrows, excellent. Sponge.
Sponge is actually...
He played Zyra.
No, Sponge has had a good series so far.
He did, yeah.
Smites have been on point.
That's why it's so difficult, right?
No, it's not. We all know.
There's no way to know who everybody's going to choose.
You know,
right?
almost perfect.
Who's Jonas Strong going
presence.
to choose? Will he choose Teddy? Or you think he's also going for UCAL?
He's going rich. Like, he tanked so much, man. He's a selfless player. No, I don't presume to know what Jonas Strong is thinking.
I don't think anyone has that ability, except Jonas Strong, obviously.
Even him, I think. Sometimes he
maybe
found himself.
Kisun, you know, like an apprentice of Jonas Strong.
Yeah, no,
he's like kind of learning the ways, right?
Oh, deep TP. This might be the final fight that DN Freaks get. This one's gotta hit. They do spot him.
It's got to be Teddy, right? You got to get the flank here on Teddy, and they should have it. There's the engage. Teddy, can he survive? He flashes away, but he's still dead. Not getting out of that one. They do take a bunch of damage in the play. UCal, though, also pretty low. Trying to go back in, and is not going to be able to do so. And immediately we curse DRX. DNF a fantastic fight here. They get a couple of kills, and they are looking to push here. Let's see where they go from this. Doesn't look like they're able to do too much. Just a fight. And the eye goes awry. Nobody picks it up.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Sponge did hit the smite, but then nothing happened. And this is Bulldog. I thought that they spotted him because he appeared for a split second there on the minimap, but clearly not ready enough. And everything else kind of comes from that initial taunt. So much of the damage taken away. And then Dudu and Bulldog obviously bring more than enough, even with Pioshik. You know, he did his job. CC'd, took a lot of damage, still not having the best game on the Wukong, but they needed to win that fight. Like, if you play for that, if you try to go for that Herald fight and it goes bust, the game is over. That gold lead balloons, and there's nothing you can do. Now you actually have some stuff to play for. Yeah, confirmation that the eye did indeed just kind of sadly go away.
Fizzle out.
And for DRX, I don't think they're going to be too bothered. They still get defeats. Not getting the eyes, a bummer, but they were still able to deny it from their opponents. And they still have both a fat UCal, and Rich is now also in a pretty decent spot. Although Dudu picks up a bunch of kills in that previous play, as Rich might be in some trouble here.
Nice little dodge. He's got his ult too, but he flashes and gets stunned at the same time. And, well, now he's very dead. Nice try. I mean, the first part of that was cool, but then he just got absolutely rolled.
Yeah,
so
I think he flashed after Life had already prompted his Q, so
yeah.
It's an auto attack. Unfortunately, those always go off. Does still find the CC, otherwise might have lived. And then Berserker also just adding a little bit of damage for good measure. Looks like he is going, what, Blackfire Leandries? He's going max burn. Not going for a Archangels, which I'm sure Ox will be happy about. Although this might be one of the games where it's kind of warranted. There is a lot of dive with the Camille and the Zinzao and the Aurora. But Berserker not going to go for that.
I think with this front line, you know, you can maybe just rely on staying way back and just throwing in bombs. And even if you do eventually die, you're going to do a ton of damage. So
yeah,
might be the call. But I think our good friend Alex doesn't like this first item in general. But at least you got a lot of targets that are building some health. And the burn will feel decent.
We also have Chemtech Drake. We haven't talked about it yet.
Yeah, I didn't really want to.
It's not, yeah, it's. I don't think it's that good for anyone on either side. You know, this isn't one of those compositions where it's like, oh, there's Ivern and Cassante and...
Yeah. You know, it got buffed on the recent patch.
Yeah.
Very surprisingly, it was underperforming.
Yeah.
Couldn't have seen that coming. But yeah, DRX looks like they will take the Drake. And still feel...
It's even that way in solo.
Lukewarm about it.
Not playing on a Shyvana. you just want to get the dragons because you're Shyvana. Get a ton of free resistance.
Just do Otacon. Strategy.
You know what?
Against Ashe.
Yeah, I don't... if they get just a cooldown or two, then it's fine. I don't think that... I think they needed Berserker there earlier. Although, wait, there's no vision. So we do have DRX actually having to gain access. I think they're too slow, though. Yeah, they're not going to be able to take this down, and now they've been shredded.
Oh, they're trying to
Look at UCal.
Onto someone. Teddy with the cleanse. And UCal just going to take away Berserker from the game. And just like that, okay. DRX happy to get the one, but UCal is just untouched once again, and even Teddy's untouched. They do take down the Xinjiang, but the two damage dealers are just dealing a ton of damage, and here we go. The Penta will be lined up for UCal. Slowly, no! Rich, why? It was such a great angle.
Look at it, France!
It was so obvious too. They were trying to give it to him, and UCal's just like, well, at least I have 8 kills. At least we're gonna move on to the next round, but I didn't get my Penta.
Yeah, that's... Otacon really does feel like DN Freaks their mortal enemy in this series.
Just
야, 내
don't
쌀만해.
start
너무
it.
좋은 것 같아.
Watch this.
This is really good for
It
us,
was.
is what he says.
Look at that! And then immediately used the ult. Probably could have held on to that as well, but wanted to try, I think, and prevent a collapse onto him.
Yeah.
So what actually, because I did Rich auto? He was taunted.
Fell out of his chair. He's like, I want to TP mid now.
Oh my god! Oh, it was Bulldog's fault!
All
It was
right.
Bulldog that did it to him, Valdez!
I can't believe he would do that. And now, oh, he's dead. Well, there you go.
Wait.
And Rich TP'd in for this.
Wait, they're gonna get Otacon.
They're going to get Otacon. Rich is dead. And DRX are going mid. So that's all you got to do. Just bait him into getting really excited about the Penta so he overextends. And just kill him. But this turret is going down at least.
Yeah, this series is beyond me, Valdez. I'm just...
Ray, take it away, Chronicler. Break it down.
I'm happy to see DN Freaks not give up. I still don't think we're seeing the... even now as they get Otacon, I still feel like, again, normally a team will kind of pop off the way it... the way that this man pops up.
Sorry. For our audience who just let out a
you,
big
Cal.
gasp.
Oh, man. Good to have him back. Does immediately die here. Really nice collapse there. Bulldog and Dudu really carrying the weight in this one. And that is fine. It's the classic. If you see a losing play, do not try to turn it around, as Rich is like, I'm gonna help my buddy. And dies, which is the reason why they can do Otacon there, is because Rich also TPs into his demise. This alone, not enough. The DN Freak still 3k gold behind, but the game is still afoot. And now they have absolute bonkers bot. Berserker,
Yeah.
keep dodging those skill shots.
Even if that arrow hits, you know, a quick burst from you, Callan, if he gets away. Nice little bonus gold. Not half bad, but they're not able to line it up. Berserker, nice dodge. Really, Berserker's only... okay, they're going in on this one, but
Yeah, why
they
not?
still have the Otacon. Sponge is going to back up now and just try to peel for the team, and now they're getting all this bonus gold. Feeling pretty good about these withdrawal kills. Nothing going the way of DNF. And you just gave 800 gold over to DRX. Looking for a bit more. As Berserker, gonna have to flash as well. Just a bit of a cherry on top.
Yeah, just let... I know it feels bad, but I think you need to keep your flash there.
Let him die and give the 200 gold. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the flash is a lot more valuable than the gold.
Yeah.
Like, an upcoming fight becomes a lot of hours there.
Sponge was just baiting them.
Yeah, well, I actually think that's it. And it's a Zinza. If he's half health, look at how much damage his ultimate soaks there. And this is the worst case scenario where you're like, okay, we're going to use our buff to dive, and then we're going to kill some of them, and then it's fine. You only need to kill like 2 people, and it's worth it.
Yeah.
And then it'll kill anyone. As Teddy seemingly has realized that playing AD carry is dumb, and he's just going to split push now because he has the whole break finished.
He's just, you know, he's just trolling in solo queue. He's like, you guys win the game, I'm gonna split.
I mean, we've seen a lot of on the fringes like Hullbreaker being used.
Where's
AD
the
carries.
arm guard?
For what? For
Yeah.
more trolling?
No,
Or
for
just
Zonya's.
Oh, I don't think he's going Zonya's. I think he just goes Hullbreaker
And
for
then
the passive, and then
Yeah.
you have good
okay,
siege.
he'll go Lord Doms,
You're
and then
beefy.
he'll go Zonya's.
It's no different than going Jack shows on something like Callista.
Sure.
Or Ashe, you know, you get to...
But I still do
Your
think
passive
Zonya's is a
is-
good idea. I'm serious. I think it's a good idea. Thanks for the see, Rich agrees with me. He gave me a thumbs up. He was on camera. He knew.
Yeah, yeah.
Me and Rich are very good friends. Not as good of friends as Wolf and Kong.
I knew you were going to... I knew that was
But
coming
we're,
next.
we text occasionally.
We are just prompted robots, aren't we?
Yes,
See thing, insert LCK meme.
it's Westworld. You know, like the scene where she's like seeing the, you know, the algorithm of her speech patterns. Yeah,
Yeah, that's us.
yeah.
Is that our viewers as well?
Remember Atlas
do-
AI from Challengers?
I do remember Atlas AI. Yeah, because, I mean, even the viewers, you know, they see a thing, and then they always respond with the same chat response.
Yeah. Like if you were to say 07 right now,
Yeah.
what do you think is going to happen?
What happens if you? What do you think happens if you mention Arcane? A chat's going to be full of bet chest.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
That is the way it is.
Kadro mentioned XDD.
How about bro?
Bro?
Okay, bro.
Okay, bro. Fly the flag, pay the tax.
Yeah.
We're all
It's the
just
way it is.
we're all
we figured it out. We're self-aware. Oh no, what does it mean?
I don't know, but they're starting Baron.
They're just doing Baron. And this is totally envisioned. They didn't. I mean, there's a control ward in the back of the pick, guys.
It's fine. It'll work out. Someone on this position, and it'll be okay.
Don't worry about
I'm
the
not
ward.
just going to 50-50 flip it.
Just do the objective. They're not actually doing the objective. They want to get the turn, and the turn is on to Sponge and Ondil. They are kind of alone at this point. I mean, eventually the Xin Zhao dies, but they're taking a ton of damage on the backside of this. Flash away from life is pretty good, though, so they get the kill, and they get away. Just barely. It's very scary.
Huh. It's not. It's like engaging onto Zinza often feels like engaging onto Braum, and here Life did both, but it still ended up working out. And I think the big thing here is that it seems like DRX weren't really willing to fully commit, because you see both Yukal and Rich kind of walking back. I think also the position of Teddy there was definitely a reason why they didn't really feel super safe taking that fight, because he still doesn't have his flash. Does now have the Lord Doms done. This Void stuff is almost done for Berserker as well. But they, most importantly, DRX deny the Baron being taken. And the sums that were gained for DN Freaks is just Ondil sums, who I don't think are the biggest deal. So might try and go for this play again. They definitely want to keep brawling. So I think this actually makes a ton of sense. You don't want to try and side lane us. Thank you for pointing out, Veldas, that Teddy's flash is almost available for the next fight, and he will need it.
Yeah, I think if you're Teddy, you don't actually have to go Zhonya's. Wow. Yeah, that's Aurora, who we didn't see for the whole like middle and end part of the group stage. A lot of teams were just like, eh, there are better picks. And I mean, I still think Aurora's quite good, especially if you're this fed. It's obviously going to look very good. So yeah, very high up on the damage meters. And, you know, he does have a dagger in the inventory, so I have a bad feeling about the Zhonya's Chronicler.
I'm sorry to report that that was not ever going to be very likely.
Just let Camille build damage items.
Well, he is. So,
yeah, they have enough.
Well, do you ever have enough damage? Well, I guess I thought that DN Freaks had enough damage in the last game.
What's better, a little bit of damage with the Zhonyas or a dead Ashe?
In some cases, I think it might be that Ashe if you die, if you take enough cooldowns with you.
The way that DNF
I don't think
comp works, though, is like...
Yeah, I don't think
they 100 to 0 him, you know?
Yeah. Well, with Hullbreaker, that's already hard. He has Cleanse and Flash as well.
That is true.
And also, I do really think that Ashe is one of those picks where you get 0 value out of...
What do you mean?
Of AP.
Or all.
Yes. I knew you were going to say
There is
that.
value, Chronicler.
Well, that is still very bad, though. Which I know you know.
True, yes. You just didn't, you said no value, so I got a little unhappy about it. Because there is value.
Are you,
there.
Are you actually technicalitying me?
No, I'm not. I would
you
never.
are.
I would
Yeah,
never.
you are.
No.
Yeah, you are.
I would never.
We
would never do that to you, Chronicler.
Def get done now for you, Cal. Starrick's done as well here. Oh, sorry, Death Stance done as well for Rich. It's both Dudu and Rich sitting on Death Stance. Insanely strong item, very expensive, but definitely going to be feeling great. Rich needs his level 16 though. Doesn't look like...
He's like,
we're
nah.
trying to commit onto Dudu.
He's like, let me just run away from this gigantic wave when I'm about to hit level 6.
Well, yeah, because Yukal TP'd. So Yukal must have made the call, like, we can murder Dudu, which would have been big. But instead, they just TP'd, missed out on 2 waves.
Oh, you got the Scuttle Crab?
Yeah.
Maybe he gets it on the Remnants? No, he doesn't. Okay.
But it's fine.
He'll get it now.
Who needs TP anyway? And I think DNF just started up again. And then get the TP out of Rich is now level 16. So free items level 16 for both top laners here. I'm feeling pretty good about DNF's chance. I think at this point your teamfight comp is so insanely strong.
Trying to go in here.
Oh, better run.
They are running with all of their might.
So the one thing they do have is the threat of that Camille inside. So yeah, DRX, they just want to not get engaged on.
Yeah.
And all that DN Freaks want is an engaged Wukong.
Uh-oh, Teddy in a bit of trouble, trying to dodge everything, but can you dodge everything? He's going to be able to, actually, as they take down the Ambessa, who goes in very deep. Andil stays alive, and now they're able to kite it back. Yukal in the backline as well. And take a look at Berserker. Wasn't ever really able to join the fight at all. He's full health. You know, he did his combo, but that was it.
Yukal's ult effectively just murdered like 3 people immediately. And then the fact that it was even remotely close is testament to DM Freak's ability to try and fight their way out of that situation.
They don't have Baron, so maybe Berserker can clear, or maybe he's just gonna die. Very nice satchel. But now he's zoned. He's zoned away. He can't clear the waves.
Doesn't have ult.
He can't clear the waves.
That's just it.
I think it's just over. Looks like we will be having DRX going on to the next round of the play-ins of the LCK Cup with a 2-0 victory tonight over the DN Freaks, who unfortunately will not be moving on. Yukal, definitely the star of the show in more than one way tonight, as I'm sure that clip of him bouncing off the chair and then cursing on live television will be replayed many a time. But yeah, a very fun series, I'd say, even though it was a 2-0 at the end of the day.
DRX are just entertaining to watch in many ways. You know, I think that exactly what it feels like DN Freaks is lacking is there for DRX. It's the sense that even though the gameplay isn't the cleanest, we'll be fine. We'll be able to figure a way out of it. A lot of that is anchored around Yukal's individual performance, but it's starting to feel like even Sponge and Ando are players that are notoriously inconsistent, having great highs, but also a lot of moments that make you go, ooh, I know about that. Thus far, have actually looked great in this series. And for DN Freaks, I think it's very clear that the time that they will have now up until the LCK actually starts will need to be used to figure out what is our identity as a team. Because even now, I still can't give you an answer. You know, even for all of their flaws with BNK DRX, it feels like we know that at least. It just isn't happening. But for DN Freaks, it just doesn't feel like they really know. And a 2-0 here for DRX. And yes, I know that they're the 3rd seed of play-ins versus the 6th seed of play-ins, but with some of the performances that we've had thus far, I think that DRX should still be proud of this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a win's a win, and they will be moving on to the next round. I do wonder how that is going to go for them with 2 very strong teams waiting. And yeah, just a lot of discussion here on the stage before going off. It was very nice to see a lot of very happy DRX members. You know, Rich generally doesn't show too much emotion, but he had a big smile. Same with Andil as well, showing a big smile. Obviously, Yukal, he kind of has the emotion for the entire team and more. So, yeah, it's very fun to watch, as always, as we take a look at some of the replays. You know, and many a times these were like big map plays, big rotations, you know, with the Galio and the Ziggs. You could see what DNF were trying to do. But DRX were just ahead of the curve. Yukal got fed way too early on, and it was a big problem for them throughout the entire game.
Sponge also having a great game on both the Xin Zhao and the Zyra. The fact that he was able to make the Zyra work, I think, was partially some of DN Freak's decision making, but then also him forcing the pick away of the mid lane in the first place was kind of what started that train going. But yeah, Yukal really did feel like the main character in many ways in this one, as DN Freaks, those auto calls are going to be haunting them for longer than they're going to be haunting me, but I still feel a bit spooked, Veldas, so I can only imagine it's worse for them.
Yeah.
As it feels like both of these games did come down to a couple of calls that just weren't up to par.
You see the turn is just very messy there from DNF. Like the Ziggs ult wasn't even on anything. Like Galio hadn't ulted yet. You know, it was just all over the place. Obviously Berserker got one shot. You'll take a look at more UCal damage here.
Oh, I think that the ultimate from Dudu actually hit under there instead of Teddy. Could have been a difference maker.
Teddy dodged it. Yeah, Teddy flashed, cleanse flashed out of the, I think it was a Wukong or something.
Yeah, otherwise I think they still would have won the fight. With the fact that UCal went untouched, as we can see here. And Rich also at this point is just a carry by himself, but Berserker just has to watch his base go down in tatters.
Screaming tower.
Teddy's back.
He's still complaining about his pentakill. He's like, my pentakill! Oh no! Here at the end of game 2 where he did 35,000 damage. To be fair, his opponent in Bulldog isn't meant to do much, but probably it would be Berserker that would have to match him. But yeah, the game was kind of a landslide victory towards DRX. So not a big surprise that this man, who did a huge amount of damage in both games and made the Corki look pretty good, pretty decent. If it's in the hands of UCal.
We mentioned it back then. I still do want to argue that is the most impressive thing out of today, is the fact that the Corki, the only wins
Third win.
Yeah, but the other wins were 80 carry.
Yeah.
So still very impressive stuff here to come through from UCal and the gang.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
LCK CUP Play-In Round.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by UCal on the side of DRX. Congratulations! Hello, thank you. This is DRX's first 2-0, and you have secured round 2 in the play-in stage. How do you feel? You know, we've always been having trouble winning first game, but I think overall we did really well today, so I feel very good. So let's talk about game 1 then. As a comp and for DRX, it looked like the game could have been difficult due to the lack of engaged champions. So what was the game plan? I think we were able to sort of pinpoint the enemy's weakness by actually just capitalizing off of side lanes. So I think that was really our main game plan. And in game 1, your Corki was reckless and aggressive, flashing forward to dodge skill shots and getting picked. So was that the type of playstyle you intended to pull here? I think just based on the enemy comp, I felt like they didn't have enough range to even reach me, so I did decide to go in aggressively and be more proactive here. And we have the highlight, which will be loved by many fans for a very long time, I assume. Let's take a look. Oh my. Just how disappointed were you? You know, just when we started the team fight, we knew that we would win. And I thought I was so sure that I was going to get pentakill, but I didn't get it. So I was so sad about it. And actually, after I flew off my chair, my back was hurting a lot. So I feel better. My back is fine, but I felt really bad that for my teammates afterwards. So DRX's audio is always so full of life, and you guys are always talking over each other. But you guys also seem to move as a unit all the time, which is so impressive. So what is your tip on communication? You know, I think we just try to focus our communication around how to win the game. And I think on stage, just being able to communicate in a really fun way and being able to contribute to win is a really good thing. And your opponent in Play-Ins Round 2 will be Hanwha Life Esports. Any word over to them? We lost against you guys last time, but we'll win this time around. Fighting! And that's the end of the interview with Yukel, and back to the space. Thank you.
Fighting indeed. Thank you very much for that translation, dear Ayaya, as it is a clean 2-0, just what we did predicted earlier. He just kept telling us how much it was going to be a 2-0 today in his predictions, and he was right.
Unfortunately, we didn't do predictions for play-ins, so it doesn't count. We did. No points for you.
Oh.
I mean, it's still okay. I'm just happy with it. So I mean, we are gonna get home really fast as well. So
well, we'll see based on our next match. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're gonna have a heck of a series.
I don't have Kazakuras right now. I'm a spacer right now, so I'm okay with it.
All right. Let's take a look at some of the comments here. You guys voted. Oh, we have a dissenter. Reveal yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I knew that Yukel is gonna get POM, so that's why I voted for a Sponge here, because I think DNF, they are known as aggressive team play style, right? They always go for the kills, go for the instinct plays, but I think Sponge also, he played Zyra in game 1, he played against Poke team comp, which is really hard to play Zyra, but I think he played really well in the team fights and also the rotation wise. I think Sponge, he improved really a lot through this LCK Cup, so that's why I voted for Sponge.
Me, I went for Yukel. Pretty obvious reasons. He popped off, especially the Aurora. I feel like when you give him a pick where he can really take over games, he managed to win on mid-Corki. So that wasn't the first Corki win we've had in the LCK
That's
Cup,
true.
But it was the first mid-Corki win we've had. So even mid-Corki can't stop him. And as Aurora, he just completely dominated the game.
Yeah. Honorable vote earlier by Wadid, and then Ox going the easy route. But pulling out the deep facts here in terms of the Corki win in the mid lane. Here are some of our other votes, as we had Chronicler say, this chair can't contain my powers.
Can't contain Chronic either. He's left.
He was actually talking about himself.
Yeah, this wasn't his POM comment. This is just he just said this and then walked off from the caster desk. We're not really sure what was going on, but there we go.
All right, let's take a look at what some of the others had to say with this. Again, a 10 out of 11 vote here. Spurs has Sunny. DRX also has one because Yukal's family name is Sun, and there you go. You know what that is, right, Ox?
I'm unaware.
Oh,
wait, you know it, right?
You know it.
You cannot say you don't know Sonny's signature.
That's Sonny's signature move when he scores the goals for Spurs. Yeah. You know, from the UK. Where are you from? All right. Okay. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones we got here. Fiery momentum and performance here by Prince.
I mean, there are so many team fights that he made by himself, right? So I think it does make sense.
And this player is out of his mind. Positive tone. This player's out of his mind. There you go. Cloud Templar now getting into the meta.
That's true.
I preferred it when you said positive tone afterwards. I feel like that really sold it.
I should have read that first. All right. He's about to be Mr. Worldwide. Do you know Yukel? I like that one.
Little Pitbull reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, big fan. Are you laughing at that? He has some great pops, you know?
All right, let's get to the highlights here. It all started off in this first one pretty early on. A scrap over blue buff. It looked bad. It looked good. We had thoughts about every single player in this one. What did? Take it away.
I mean, I think you just need to focus on Galio. I think DNF had a great chance of winning this fight because Braum kind of misplayed, positioning himself really deep. Just look at Galio. If he landed that flash Tantia, it would be amazing. But the flash out from Teddy and Sponge was just perfect, the timing.
I feel like as well, we had Teddy with cleanse and flash. I think he was trying to channel the full taunt to get both, but even if you get the Ashe is just going to cleanse flash. I think you maybe shorten the taunt, get it on the Xin Zhao. Yeah. He was low. You probably could have just killed him in a short taunt and could have been a different play.
I think they had really great chance of winning that early team fight, and that will be changing for their game plan. The whole game plan will be changed, you know. So I think that was really crucial, Paul.
Yeah, another moment that changed the gameplay here. You know, we had a Wadid segment earlier. Now we have a Nox segment. This one comes from the hands of Berserker on Ziggs because we have the worldwide connoisseur of Ziggs here with us.
You know, I've talked about this so much, about the satchel on Ziggs as a defensive tool.
No.
Where's it going?
No.
You know? Where's it going?
No.
You know, It's actually such a bad matchup playing Ashen as Ziggs, because anytime you walk up to auto, he can just satchel you away, you can put the mines down. He just walks up and he just I don't even know how to describe it. He just
No, I mean, like...
even if he hit it, it would have been bad. He just knocks him closer to him, but he didn't hit it. It's even worse. It's...
I mean, he's just so sad right now.
devastating.
No way.
Yeah, so we had the star review earlier for Huni when he used to be on the broadcast. Anytime we see Rumble, now we have the emoji rating here from Ox, who's now actually doing the emoji. He's become the emoji. Oh.
So how do you rate his 6? Like, combine his item build as well.
I give it 2 stars. That was the worst moment he had. He had some bad fights as well. His build was okay. I don't really like the Blackfire Torch. The tier, I don't think you need. But he did go Leanders, he did go Void Staff, so the build wasn't awful. The play had some awful moments, wasn't overall awful. The sad thing is, not the worst I've seen, not even close. We've seen a lot worse Ziggs than that. And the thing is, I don't know what it is, but like 80 carries play Ziggs, and I don't think Ziggs is like crazy complicated, you know? But it feels like they're like, oh, you know, I really want to play Kai'Sa, I really want to play Zeri, I really want to play these, and they're like, oh, I have to play Ziggs, and they just don't put the time into learning how to play him, and I don't think it's hard. But you see things like this, and I'm just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I have no idea.
You're not really playing the champion. So, and also, I think this is the reason why Yukal is one of the player that he's creative. But I think he used his abilities on Aurora. It's just so perfect here. He just sneaks in the brush and also uses his ability once again to just sneak in and just one-shot Ziggs. And as he mentioned in the interview, that one-shot on Ziggs changed the whole team fight.
Yeah, I mean, just takes him out the fight immediately. You don't have that follow-up damage, the long-range poke, and it's not the easiest game to play Ziggs into. You know, they have the threat of the Aurora, and the Camille can be annoying, but you have so much dive on your team. You let the rest of your team dive in, the Ziggs just fires abilities to the backline. That pick was really huge, and I feel like Yukal just terrorized DNF in this game.
I mean, he could hit Q here and get the Penta by himself, but he missed it, so I guess he don't deserve it. You know?
And Rich is like, yeah, I was taunted. I would never have done it intentionally.
Yeah.
He was like right-clicking as he was in the taunt. He was like,
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
He tried.
He has deniability. It was a good move. He has deniability.
Ox said earlier, like, a better player would have dodged the taunt, but that's all right. We'll let that sausage one go. All right. With that, that means DRX move on to play Hanwha Life Esports on Saturday. They will continue in the play-in stage as they try to make it through to the playoffs of the LCK Cup.
Yeah, we didn't mention Teddy that much on this series, but I think Teddy being back in DRX, that actually makes DRX really stronger and stable, because Teddy is one of the player, he's known as the stable player. He's a Nexus by himself, right? So I think that kind of consistent performance from AD carry brings DRX really strong a point from here.
I think it's a big jump to go up against HLE, but if we're being honest, HLE have not looked that strong recently, and I think they need to return to form, otherwise the series could be closer than it really should be.
All right, well, we'll see what happens with that one on Saturday. But next, that's right, it's time. The Noodle Boys against the Bros. A single elimination match to get to the double elimination portion of play-ins. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this one. You're watching the LCK Cup.
no punish there on the bottom side. Now, oh god, Lands. Kellen is going to be able to sweep him. So there we go, but Lands once more. There's the Shadow Dash flash! And they all pile on top of Raptor. He's taken down Diablo. Gonna have to cleanse as Kingen says, you're not taking part in this fight. And it should be 3 grubs going over to Nongshim as well. They'll take the first blood at the same time.
They were looking but wouldn't find it, and now everyone on Gen G so mobile, so fast with that buff, it's going to be even harder to connect.
Oh,
fishing.
Yeah, he wants to find that huge Empress Divide angle. He finds it on it too! Down goes Carrier, down goes Owner. And that should be a ticket to Baron here for Gen G.
You just see when he's rocking. The fact that he's running so fast, so hard to deal with him. Gen G, they get what they want, they manage to find the picks on the back end, and now
let's see what T1's going to be able to do about it. Faker, heroic entrance up and available as they back away. The most value ever as they dive on top of Ruler, smashing that backline. Ruler survives for a while. Smash as well is just diving on top of Chovy. Takes down both of the carries. And Keen gets one, but it is all over for this fight. T1 matters into their own hands. And Smash comes in clutch.
Owner does his job perfectly. We need to engage, we need to get on the back line. He finds an angle and Smash is there for the follow-up. Gen G crumble.
최대한 정글 위치 찾아주는 게 중요합니다. 이런 거 피하기는 거. 리신도 뚜껑이 열리긴 하겠지만 근데 룰루가 계속 때려대면 유틸포 중에서 캐리아가 이거를 들어가야 먹으려 그랬고요. 와! 캐리아! 그리고 우디로 이렇게 많이 잡아요.
We running it up. We running it up. We running it up. I'm back here to stay. No one can get in my way.
Overconfidence million from Carzzy. Most certainly. Lot gonna ult, go for the all-in. Nice flash from Knock-Knocko. Lot in trouble now. Hammer form going in, waiting as long as he can. On the E, trying to get the knockback. Full channel Q. Why is this extra damage? Why are they just continuing to fish? Why is it getting plus 27 every second? What is happening? Why am I seeing plus 27 every second? What was that? That was just biscuit healing or what?
The top is where I end up. They ain't messing with us. Hey, we running it up. Yo, they ran out of luck. Yo, we running.
Well played there by Umpty after getting invaded.
Oh, and now Umpty is behind Quid. He just TV'd back in, so this would be really a rough time to get ganked. Wallbreaker getting charged up. Will he get the flash out? Nice sidestep. Knocks it back into the tower. Goes to the skies. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish him off, but he's trying to threaten. He flashes forward. Quid with the monster outplay in the 1v2. What a move from him.
Ooh, that is really...
He just broke brother's ankles.
Really rough.
Ballin', yeah, check out my stats. I put my team on my back. Put my city on the map. That's all I'm about.
Vamos botar Zextech pra chegar mais rápido. Parece que a Pink quer lutar, hein? Tá todo mundo vindo, Coach pelo lateral, pode tentar o flanco por aqui, o Carioca se ele acertar, um atordoar e o adormecer em todo mundo é sonho. Entrada agora, ele fez enxerga garantia esse ultimate, mas olha a devolução da PEN, vai demolindo a Leviatã! Eles pegam o dragão, mais um perdendo a vida, são 3 abates confirmados, PEN Gaming.
Hey, we running it up. Yo, they ran out of luck. Yeah, we running it up. Yeah, we running it up.
Yeah, so they got about 70 seconds left on it. It's a 150-second buff, so it'll expire about 10 seconds before the Drake pops off. But if Licorice just gets this one for free, that's not a great start.
Oh, no. Okay, Fate Sealed from Palafox. Trying to turn it back around onto the Urgot. They're both going to get their shields. Licorice still trying to get himself back away here a little bit further. Palafox, the protagonist, slays the Urgot and takes his win in the 1v1. Now Adiland's trying to clean him up, but he's got to be careful. The Yone is still highly mobile, looking to get himself back away. Resets position yet again. Q3, Palafox just sat Adi down and told him how it is.
Just 1v2 if you're Palafox. A great game 3 by Palafox. Back-to-back solo kills.
The top is where I end up. They ain't messing with us. Hey, we running it up. Yo, they ran it up.
순간 뒤에 캐리아, 아래쪽 돌아.
브라인 들어갑니다. 들어갔고요. 눌렀죠. 잘 싸울 생각입니다. 눌렀죠. 일단 잡고 호텔 깊숙하게 물렸기 때문에 물론 호텔을 최대화시키려고 하고 스매시가 세거든요. 이게 스매시가 세거든요.
긴 입긴 했는데
뒤에서 그리고 그리고 뒤로
포탑이 있긴 하지만
포탑을 무시하지 주문 한번 내뻗어봅니다. 그리고 마무리 이렇게 끊어버립니다. T1 와 901을 찍는 스매시의 카이사.
If I shoot, it's going in. I feel bad for y'all. All I know is how to win. Ballin' every shot, so swish.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in, into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream
let's go.
리엔즈!
킹겐, 농심, 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK Cup Play-Ins. We are here for the second match of the night. We got Nongshim Red Force up against OK Man Brion, looking for a spot against T1 in the next stage of the play-ins. If you make it to the next stage, if you win today, you make it into kind of the double elimination where you get a chance at playing a best of 5 to make it in as that 6th seed into playoffs. A lot on the line. We've already lost the DN Freaks earlier on today. DRX did take the 2-0. Who's going to take it today, Chronicler?
Who knows? Not me. That's for sure. I still have a really hard time gauging these two teams because Bro did 2-0 Genji. That did happen.
Yes.
Watched it happen. And I still don't know what it means. And then Nongshim, I think, have definitely looked a bit more hot and cold, but it's one of those rosters that on paper you're like, yeah, this roster should be good. And I do think for all of OK Man Bro's peaks, there are also moments where Hambak does go full challengers, which even I, a known challenger enjoyer, often say that you shouldn't because it doesn't win you games. You just kind of, you know, jump into the enemy jungle 15 times and die. Gonna see whether Nongshim is able to take advantage of that today, or if Bro just beat them, because 4th seed versus 5th, I think that these two teams, this is a pure 50-50 for me, as we do have an unavoidable battle. Love that. Very dramatic. And that's apt, given the stakes that are on this current match.
Yeah, I mean, again, you win a best of 3, you move on, you face off against T1, you get a second chance after that, even if you lose. If you lose here, you're done until April. You just get to watch and practice and prepare and just kind of feel overall bad. So trying to get the win, who will advance to round 2 is the question. Now, the loss streak slump must be stopped. Nongshim have been Bro's kryptonite for a long time. Now, I'll remind you that Bro also was, you know, a 10th place team at one point, and you see very sad Edgar there.
That sad Edgar is like, that is every Bro, that's like every Bro fan. After they 2-0 Genji, you know, it can only go downhill from here. There's no way that we keep this level up until the next time. As we do see, it's actually 2-0s recently. And it does feel to me like Nongshim have looked better and better with every passing series, which makes sense because Lands and Kingen are, at their peak, literally world-class players. Have won an MSI, have won a Worlds respectively. So I don't know what to expect of Nongshim here today, as Hambak has played a million things. Half of these amazingly, half of these not so great. Probably also shouldn't be allowed to play Skarner. That champion is...
Why did that happen?
That did happen. It was, I think, like the first series, and they left it open.
Mom and daughter Bro fans, couple of Giga Chads, Giga Chad family.
Generational? Love to see it.
Can't be that. For 3 years as well, they've been fans.
They're real Brion fans.
They know.
They were there in the LoL King days.
Yeah.
Woo!
LoL King Lava.
Oh, Kingen. Oh, he's looking. That was a scary look.
Yeah.
From the man himself right there.
I mean, he did get it done when his team needed it most on the biggest stage possible.
Did not vanish.
MVP, right? I do feel like from time to time, Kingen has had some ups and downs where it's been, where is, you know, World's MVP Kingen? This isn't the same player. And then there are other times where like, holy crap, this guy is really good. Why doesn't he play like this all the time? I think we're going to see very fast which kind of Kingen we're going to get today, and that might just determine the way the series goes, to be honest, because Bro, you mentioned Nongshim had been on the up and up. I think Bro as well. After that win against Genji, they've been playing as a team. You know, Hype came back in, he's looking much better, and just the fact that everybody's on the same page, and when Hambak does crazy things, everybody is also doing crazy things with him.
Oh yeah, Noodle Boy fans, you love to see it. And
one of them knowing the meta, she's like, no camera.
Also, Brion is the only team that has been able to beat D plus Kia, their current roster. That did happen. I know Casper Cup is a weird place where the rules of normal League of Legends don't really apply. You know, it's kind of this.
It did happen though.
It's this Shadow Realm, but they are the last team to beat D+, which is very weird. Feels interesting for many reasons. And we'll have to see what it means today, because I still don't know. I don't know what the form of these two teams is going to be. Is it going to be like a humbug and hype real? Is it going to be closer on melee or melee adjacent champions absolutely popping off? Is it going to be Lehend Shen? We just simply don't know.
LeShen. LeShen's. And really like the clean white and like green trim jersey shirts that OK Brion has.
Their jerseys are always fire. I still fondly remember the Yakult one.
Yeah.
That one was amazing. They've had so many good ones over the years.
Nongshim, not bad either. It feels like light and dark, right? On opposite sides of the rift. I'm sure we know where Twitch chat resides, on which side. Although I'm sure there will be many fans of Nongshim as well out there.
Both these teams are fan favorites, but not the T1 fan favorite. You're the obvious fan favorite. These are the hipster fan favorites. When you're really like, you know what? I don't need my team to be good. I just need to like them.
Yeah. Like
and
all of
sometimes they're really good. They get it.
Yeah. Recently, Nongshim came off of a best of 3 that went very well for them. Their drafting was excellent. Atlas was very impressed by the compositions that they were able to pull out, and it was against B&K, but still, you know, they looked impressive. So they're coming off of a really strong win, and also really strong draft wins in Fearless. It just feels so important in this day and age of Fearless.
I think it was actually Brendan Veldis who mentioned this in POC State, talking about the value of coaching being so much more obvious when we are playing in Fearless format. And we have seen that. And even
he did say that, yes.
Yeah, even coaches.
I think it was the Valdanalist, though. That was
my bad, yeah.
POC State. Yeah, I had the sign and everything. I don't know if you watched.
No, I had tears in my eye from getting roasted so much, so I didn't hear everything, but most of it I did get. As the Aurora, Zyra taken away, are we looking towards an early Jace pickup? Varus is also extremely high priority still. Could go towards Nidalee, but I don't think Nidalee should be that high in terms of priority. Yeah, Jace seems like the no-brainer here. It's Jace, Varus, Vi is another one.
Yeah, there's actually a lot up here, just with the Aurora and Zyra bans, so I don't mind it. Going for the Vi instead. Might see something like a Jace Nidalee, maybe with more setup than what we saw earlier today. Or maybe the Varus to come out here with how high prio he has been in the AD carry role. Never mind.
Yeah, Ezreal, always going to feel good into Vi because you have the built-in escape. Force her to use a role. There's, of course, still the chance that you get locked down and get in trouble, but I always like drafting disengage into Vi. Champion really only does one thing, and generally also you have to tailor the rest of the team comp towards her. And then Zinzao does make a good amount of sense when it comes to the power picks, but I think you don't have to lock in a jungler here because the enemy Vi has already been picked, so you have a little bit more space before you actually have to lock that in.
Yeah, the Rumble to come out just shows the priority here. I mean, Morgan also a guy that's not scared to go back to Morgan favorites like the Renekton and stuff like that. He didn't have to slam the Prio blind Rumble, but really wanted to play it.
It might also be a situation where they want to deny Vi Rumble because that is an insanely strong combo. You know, like even if you are Ezreal, sometimes if Vi just gets the press R, you just die. Like there's nothing you can do. The damage just on the carpet alone is enough to blow you up. It's that's what Lehend has done.
With this comp, it's actually pretty good.
It is.
Support Shen goes in with the Kaisa.
Yeah.
The Vi and everyone.
Can hold anyone and extend the play as well. So I do think that does make sense. The Poppy can go multiple ways. We have seen Jungle Poppy really drop off, but it is still technically possible. The big window is that Poppy is just naturally really good into anything that you want to pair with Kaisa, so it frees up their, I would say support bans, but they still ban Shen. But, you know, things like Nautilus, things like the Rel that we often see combined. Now, Lance could, of course, still go Blitzcrank because he's Lance. He could play anything, and we would be like, yeah, you know what? You go, Lance.
In this game against Poppy and Ezreal,
he would. I don't like it.
I don't want to, yeah. Obviously, we're going to be like this, and then he's going to, like, slam lock it in.
Like that. Rumble, Wukong, definitely a strong combo here.
He said Wukong or something else, and then somebody made the final call for the Wukong. Definitely climbed the ranks of the tier list in the jungle.
Oh, that is a juicy champion into Wukong. Oh, he's going to be feeling really good. Not the craziest Talia angle, though. Talia Vi as a 1-2 is obviously really strong, gives you a really good 2v2 and the ability to contest objectives. But outside of the Wukong, I don't think the value is that crazy. There is Nautilus, to the surprise of absolutely no one. I'm like, you could do some really weird stuff here where you flex around, you put like Rumble mid, Poppy, you could even put Wukong top, and kind of do all crazy things, but I think it's just going to be Azir, or Ahri rather, and Wukong to come through here as a mid-jungle 2v2. And Ahri is one of those champions where first glance you're like, Talia kind of ruins your day, but it's, as we've seen many times, you have so many ways to get around. Yone is another example that is actually hard to find good impact with your E.
Yeah, I kind of like how both teams went ahead and they didn't just kind of like tier list draft, you know, which happens a decent amount. They kind of tried to draft compositions that make sense and champions that work with what they already have. So good to see. Sometimes you'll just see teams be like, all right, well, Varus is open. We're slamming the Varus. We're slamming the Jace. But instead, you know, pickaways and compositions. It's what I like to see because sometimes the drafts make me angry. But not this time. I feel like both sides actually did a pretty good job. We saw recently, I forget who it was, might have even been Nongshim, who played Talia Vi and just showed the reach that it has, where like even if you're Ezreal and you flash, Believers rise, by the way. XD Pedro.
And Ta. Deacon really having a field day with that sign.
Ta squared equals Ta times
We're
Tom.
all bots, Valdez.
Yeah, we are.
Lean into it.
It makes sense. But yeah, the compositions are ready. The Rift is loaded up. Let's hop onto it right now for game one.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
You see that Paulo just go back to base like 3 extra times. He just didn't buy something and eventually picked it up. Probably the potions.
Happens to everyone.
Even the best, such as Paulo.
That wasn't the statement I was making, but you know, you can make that statement if you want, Valdez.
He's been good.
He's been good.
I feel like he's a bro talent that came up through the ranks. He put in his time, and he's not like the super flashy player, but he makes solid plays. He's quite consistent. There are times where they'll be like, oh, okay, he's still a bit inexperienced, but I think in general. Okay, so we got the in-depth intel from G-Sun. He swapped his ward to a sweeper. That's why he went back to the shop.
Rough Sports currently sitting on Sweeper. Lahan's actually going for Augment as opposed to what we see basically every single time, which is Aftershock. So going to help in terms of utility and going to make him less tanky. But, you know, Nautilus, when he's not in solo lanes or in jungle or wherever not support we play, I feel like he always kind of made a paper if he doesn't hit his hook. So, right now, do have the lanes being matched. Morgan missed, what, like 3 minions worth of...
4. He missed that range one there as well.
Yeah. So his lane's not going to be fun.
Trying to fight here, level 2. Yeah, Paulo, you're just... okay, he is level 2. That's going to save him. Not sure about hype. He's still going in there.
Full tempo is stacked.
For some reason. And finally, he backs away. So yeah, about that inexperience.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Sometimes you just say things and they immediately happen.
Level 2 timers are a thing that caught us off guard. I'm like wondering what prompted that.
I mean, it was pretty close. Like, you could see the wave was in a similar spot, and they were like desperately trying to get the last hits. But the issue is, you'll generally know, especially if you're a pro.
You know,
like,
pretty quickly.
You'll know. Okay, we're gonna lose this. We have to back away. They
yeah,
did
if
not.
he doesn't get that level up, he just dies. Like, I know you get the level up is one thing, but it was still bad. It forced a very early base. We'll see how many minions they're gonna miss on this wave. There's a cannon wave that's about to be crashed, but looks like Chiu and Lahans are only just now getting it in. So they're getting a nice base, but it shouldn't be too much missed here for Hype. So not the end of the world. And yeah, on top, Morgan now about half a level behind because of the early game. I'm kind of wondering, because we missed what happened because we were talking about throw talent. As that ward definitely was supposed to go over the wall. Nerves. Nerves is what we're seeing here. Veldas is what my takeaway is going to be.
We didn't see any nerves at all from Bro when they were playing against Shenji, when they were playing their final match.
It'd be good to have that ward.
Yeah. I wonder... Yeah, well, he's going to know now 100% as in they both go. Nice flash to get away. Kingen taking big damage, but still going to be in a nice spot here and force the TP out of Morgan to come back to the wave.
Good call from Gideon not to flash there. Morgan definitely would have the response time, and he'd have to either try to predict or run the risk of just wasting your flash and not getting anything out of it. So makes your follow-up gank very easy. And you still maintain tempo. As Kingen just gets to now base. Wave is bouncing back into him, so he might not even have to invest his teleport. We'll see if he's going to use that. Does look like he still chooses to invest to maintain pressure. And we do have Grubs coming up in about a minute and a half. Dragon spawning soon as well. And Fi actually does have a really good early Dragon, thanks to the damage on the W. See if that's something that they want to make use of. Does get spotted. Actually, some pretty deep vision being set up here by Paulo and Hype. So they will be keeping a close eye on Gideon's movements.
Yeah, definitely going to be important to see when he does hit that level 6. Humbach ahead has hit level 5 himself. Just straight up full clearing.
Oh yeah, he is Wukong.
He is Wukong. He'd love to hit level 6 and then visit that mid lane. Or pretty much anywhere, but the RE Wukong, definitely not the first time we've seen this combo.
It was cousin BDD, right? That like, did they win that game? I remember them going absolutely crazy.
BDD was like 9-0 and 6.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was the only reason they won or like they still lost. I guess it was the only reason they won. That makes sense.
I think they won that game.
Well, it's not that great regardless, right? That's like the takeaway is like they were really good. But this isn't the time for KT.
It's going to be very fun to watch KT in the playoffs as our third seed. From playoffs.
KT, known for bringing fun to all their fans all the time.
Yes. No stress. Just fun. Fun games, fun times. Okay, we'll combo, but that's Pop P. Almost.
Pop Boo?
Yeah. I was like, Pop P?
It really can go either way there, yeah. It's no wrong answer, Veldas.
Doing the grubs. Doing the grubs.
Humbach isn't 6 yet. I think he does really want to hit it, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to. And with Prio roaming from top as well, Morgan does have his ult.
All right, we're just going to face check it. Somebody has to, but that means that Paulo probably dead, able to get a knockback here on Lahans, but the ult goes in, and so does Closer, trying to make something of this, but Lahans is wasting so much of his time. Finally, they do take him down, but Hambach will go down as well. It's a 3v2 in favor of Nongshim, and they will take control of the grubs. Should be 3 to them.
Yeah, I did question the decision to go for that, and after seeing that skirmish play out, I do not stand corrected. Particularly with, like, Morgan, his ultimate is obviously insanely strong, but without Hambach, you don't actually have that much setup at all, right? You're reliant on Palu, who needs to face check, and I think that this face check is fine. Imagine if you face check this while Morgan is here. Then it's fine, right? Because they actually do use a lot of resources, taking out a Poppy. Hambach is able to extend the play initially, and like, yes, he goes down eventually. But imagine if they're fighting on an equalizer while all of that is happening. But they're not, and you know that. Like, you know there's 4 people there. Because I'm pretty sure all of them showed on mid-wave, so it shouldn't have come as a surprise.
Yeah.
Bros still take the fight. Not the end of the world. They will be losing the grubs. They give over 2 kills, get 1 of their own, which does go into closer, which is, I think, a solid scenario. But a little sloppy there.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think that Bro, they have been good when it does come to their fight setups and fighting as a team, but that call, I think, was the biggest issue. The fight afterwards was all right, trying to make the best of a rough situation. Gideon, level 6. We'll see where he wants to head. Can be rough to lock down closer with Vi unless you've got your flash, but Gideon does not. So key is that he cannot ult flash the Lucid tech. Definitely not the first person ever to do that, but made it.
It's like
made it very popular.
Like Lahence's Nautilus move that then everybody copied all the time.
Yeah.
The ult and then flash to redirect.
Yeah. It's good tech.
It is good tech, yeah. Yeah, as you're saying with Ari in particular, because your Q is so telegraphed, it's really easy. It's a line to charm people out of it as well. As the Dragon will be going over to Brion, and this is an interesting game. I feel like in our first series of the day, we had comps that were very clearly tailored towards one thing or another. I feel like both these comps, like obviously Nongshim is just, it's dive. It's very straightforward. But I don't think their side landing is that bad because you have double globals, semi-global, but like between the Talia wall, and especially once Geo hits level 2 on the Killer Instinct, you can actually really easily play for sides. You have CC on literally everyone, so a lot of range for Fred there, and then
Kaisa has CC?
Well, just set Kaisa up.
Oh.
Like, so
I said literally everyone.
Yeah, okay,
well, Kaisa's on the team,
Def is
I just thought, yeah.
Are you unactually me for the second time today, Veldas?
No.
No.
I would never.
Never. Well, that is, you know, we're gamers, we're all nerds. Everyone watching this is, so I feel like that's warranted. I do it all the time as well.
That's true.
So I can't be mad at you. But no, Geo does not have CC, but he can kill people off of the CC of all his teammates. And then Brion can play either for, I want to say like 1-4. I think you can put Ari in the side lane pretty safely because it's so hard to punish her. But outside of that, it's mostly just team fighting. Good dive as well. And I think their objective actually is really good because their control of space between the Rumble and the Poppy is really powerful. Wukong as well basically invalidates any play you want to try and make through a choke point. And then their pick off easily is really, really good.
Yeah, they do have a lot of pick potential between the Ari and the Wukong. The rest of the team has great follow-up.
Yep. Even a Poppy, right? Just slam someone into a wall, set up the play. So, even if a team would take like a minor lead, where I feel like right now the early game is basically dead even. We have an extra kill for Nongshim, but that's about it. It should make for a really fun mid-game. And that's what we expect, right? It's seed number 4 versus seed number 5. And both of these two teams have given us a lot to be excited about. And then some things that maybe not so much, as we are fighting again, but this time Hambak does have his ults.
Lahen's kind of like walked in there. He's like, hey, I want to take a fight. And he died.
He did.
Because of that. So, Charm going to land here on a Gideon. He's also in a lot of trouble. The pick potential showing itself. Oh, the equalizer has to be flashed. As Morgan also going to flash away from just Fisher.
Yeah, not going to lie, Morgan, I don't think you would have died there.
No.
It's Talia with Lost Chapter. I think he would have been okay. Definitely a good flash from Gideon, though. He would have burned to a crisp. That is... Oh, actually, Nongshim, I was about to say, bro should be able to get something on the grubs here, but the retake comes through. Gideon's flash, I imagine, sustained off of a jungle camp. Now makes his way back, and it's going to be 5 grubbies going over to Nongshim here. So even though the fight didn't go their way, the extended trade, I think, still quite even, but it's Closer picking up another kill.
Yeah, Closer just quietly getting fed. It's not quite the UCal effect where he's very loudly getting fed. Yeah, Lahen's just kind of walks in. I don't really know what the idea was there, unless he really wanted to do his tech, you know? But he didn't even really press his ult until the very end. And that was kind of the fight.
We now have Polu ensuring that Morgan can make it to the wave. Ooh, they will spot this now. Polu should be enough. Although with the TP, I'm not so sure. It's still Poppy, though.
They're going to go in. I mean, it is just a level 6 Poppy. Can they take her down? Where's the damage? Not quite there. Finally, they do take him, but Jiwoo, the stacked turret damage just two-shots him. And yeah, as you said, don't do that to Poppy.
I know that, obviously, Jiwoo picking up aggro there, not using his flash risk is a mistake. But this is another one of those scenarios I'm like, probably just shouldn't have taken the risk when they spot the play.
Yeah.
But then instead they double down, TP as well, and end up trading 1-for-1. So that's something that Brianna is going to be very happy about as they crash that wave in mid, start building up a little bit of a CS lead for Hype. Don't have to invest any of their summoners. Feeling pretty good.
King in. Will he do it? Oh, never mind. Spotted. And Morgan says, that's a little suspicious. I'll back away. Not sure what's going on exactly. Here's the dive.
As we take another look here, so Gideon or Lahen still has aggro here. And then Jiwoo, yeah, you know what, looking at that, fair. It's just a ramp up. Didn't expect that he would die. And I think looking at his health bar, understandable. Definitely a mistake. Could have flashed and not taken that final hit. But didn't end up doing so. Be giving over a return. But they went to Apologies. Also not the end of the world as now. We're going to keep getting these fights. Both teams are very happy to just brawl into one another. It's 4 versus 4. Neither King nor Morgan will be joining as they don't have TP. That's Asriel.
Okay, well, they're going to engage on a Poppy again. We'll see if it works out. He's got Locket this time. They finally take him out. And there you go. Poppy's gone. Hambach's in a rough spot. He's going to be taken out. And all of a sudden, what was a 4v4 turns into a 4v2, except Fisher goes in. Oh, the stun! They both got stunned on the rocks! And now Jiwoo hyping, or just flashing in on a hype, just going to take him down. Runs away. And they forgot about Taliyah, didn't they?
That was about the most Taliyah value I've seen in a long time. I want you to pay a close look, or take a close look, pay close attention to how much value he gets out of his E, okay? So this wall...
Not the wall.
Not great. Wall not ideal. Look at this.
What about this?
So here, knocks back. Then Hambach, I think just barely. There's some rocks at the very end that he dashes over, which delay his ult, which is why he ends up going down. And then we see Fisher, you take that blast going, and the rest of his team is
right
like,
here.
Guys, we got a dip. And then those rocks again. And it's the rocks that set up the plasma stack that he can then ult towards.
Yeah.
Ends up picking up a bunch of kills, and that dragon, and you get Hambach, that's fine. Not the end of the world, but instead, Nongshim further build a gold lead. And now I think the first real big lead we've seen. Cole also now cashed out for Jiwoo, currently sitting on 3-1 on the Kai'Sa.
All right, well, Close is trying to take it into his own hands, and this time he is going to dodge the rocks, and Fisher doesn't have flash, so he's just dead. Nice little shutdown, goes over to Hambach.
Ooh.
Nice little pick.
Yeah, definitely good. Giving more gold over to this 2v2 of Wukong and Ahri is kind of what the comp is centered around, so gonna be feeling great for them. As we do have now the Herald being taken by Gideon. I don't think there's anything that they can do. But the first Turblood going over to Brion means that we will be looking at a final objective fight, most likely around this next dragon, for what will be the sandals given over to either team.
Those are hanging around for quite a long time. Going to pick up level 12. Gideon gets the Swift Herald. And take another look. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, there's no flash. And this is one of the things we talked about. With Taliyah, you are really, really strong into dive champions that have a dash because of your E. And that's unfortunately also the reason why Taliyah does really struggle into picks that have multiple ways to easily get around. Yone is another example. We've even seen people be able to do it
How
on
about
Silas.
Rakan? He's got 2 dashes, but she's good into Rakan.
Yeah, true. I think Rakan is because he's a lot more conditional on where he can go compared to
you know
things
exactly
like
which
the
direction
you know
he's
100
going in.
Yeah, exactly.
And when he engages, it's a straight line, so it's like... It's not like Ari who's, you know, trickstering
Yeah,
around.
I mean, we even saw Closer like very deliberately take a specific angle there, right? To get out the E, and then once you're around it and Closer hits the skill shots, there's nothing that you can really do. This is a second tier charge to come through here as well. Now Morgan should be able to clear out this wave, although he doesn't have his ult just yet. Yeah, actually, with ult, I think he can clear that, but instead it's going to be an inner given over. Nongshim getting a lot of gold on the map here.
Yeah, I mean, they have 5 grubs. They drop a Rift Herald, and the trade that Bro took was not great. They got the top turret, and that was it. And gave up a lot more. Now, you know, this ooh, Palu. Nice scan. Will he survive? Yes, he will. Steadfast presence. Nobody else would be willing to follow that over the wall anyway. So able to scout out a bit of their jungle, but you can see that the vision control is very much in favor of Nongshim leading up to this Cloud Drake. And I feel like the Cloud Soul is going to be pretty huge for either of these teams, depending who does take it. Bro does have a couple of Drakes already.
Yeah, I'm definitely, obviously Cloud Soul is one of the strongest souls in the game. If there is a team that I really never want to play into, though, it is definitely Wukong Ari.
Yeah.
That does, and even Rumble, that does not sound like a good time. Some champions on Nongshim don't use it quite as well. Fisher comes to mind. Lance is also one where you're like, it's fine, but you know, you're Nautilus. If you ult someone,
yeah,
you'll be there anyway. Level 11 now hit for Geo, meaning that people inside have to be a lot more careful about where this Kai'Sa is. Looks like mid lane Prio is secured here, but Rion are not opting to go for a play towards this dragon and instead overloading the top half of the map. So I guess just looking for an inner, maybe setting up for an Otacon. Does spawn in about 45 seconds.
Please not another Otacon throw.
Well, no.
How many of those have we had, though?
Oh, so many.
Where teams set up and they're like, we're doing it. We're going to do it, and then we're going to turn, and then they try to turn, and they already took way too much damage, and it's just...
Again...
Or they try to do it, and they die. And
it's an AoE shred. Like, think of how good in some metas, what was it called? Not Locked, what is it? The Aegis. Shield of the Aegis? Aegis of the Legion? I don't know what it was exactly. As but
yes,
you know,
I remember, the Shield of the Aegis.
Yeah, the aura item that gave him Aura's...
Ardent Sensor.
Why?
That's a kill onto Ambessa. Look at this! The follow-up is huge too! Lahan's burning so far down. Even the Malignance damage helping out, and Nongshim, they were not ready to take that fight.
They didn't just get those kills. Look at the sums used as well. Fisher flashed, Gideon flashed, Lahan's flashed. Brion, you know, I think this is an actual Otacon angle this time around. I do like the contest, though. Fisher still has his ultimate, and like the turn. Now I don't know.
Not sure about the ult. I mean, they might have enough damage, though, to take out Palu. Ult comes down on a Gideon, and now that's your jungler gone. Desperate to try to contest. They're going to stop and reset it.
They got a dip. Yeah,
they got a dip now. You can see the health bars now are gone.
That's successful. That's good enough. You do give up a good amount of kills. I think that now the gold lead is equalized again. Basically even, but they don't get Otacon. As we take another looker, it is just Lahan's, who clearly wasn't ready. And this actually, I think, is a result of what Rion did earlier, right? Like, instead of going for Dragon, they overloaded top side of the map, got, as it turns out, not that much vision control, but Nongshim don't really know that. And then someone on Nongshim has to walk up to try and check if they're doing Otacon, because they had zero control of the area. Ends up being Lahan's. And then here, Paulo just if he gets over that wall, he's fine. That's the end of the play. And they might just be able to burst down that Otacon, but instead of reset. And we just keep getting more fights. This is great. This is mayhem, fellas.
This is great, yeah.
Anyway, as I was told,
so
you remember the item?
Ardent Sensor?
No, it wasn't Ardent Sensor. It was like an AoE magic resist and armor aura. It was like a support
Abyssal
or
Mask.
supportive jungle item.
Huh. Well, we'll have to think about it. We got more fighting. Palu, he's just going in. He's a true Giga Chad. He doesn't back down from a fight, and he's going to live. Hambak, though, getting pretty low. Going to save a second ult, but Kingin able to set up the kill on Hambak here for Jiwoo, who has gone very deep and might be traded back, and yes, he will. Morgan and Closer just burning everyone once again, and even Hype won the fight against Ambessa, against Kingin. And Bro take another big one away from Nongshim.
Jill, no! Oh, painful. That's the Kaisa nightmare where you go in and then you... I think they not only did they not kill Hype, I think he queued Humbug as well, but then Hype just kind of ran off. As let's take another look at this fighter. This time they do catch Paulo off guard. Humbug gets stunned again. But the time that he buys, and the fact that they're fighting in a choke point is actually a big deal. This equalizer ends up stalling out the fight for so long, and then Gio ults in. Yes, he kills Humbug. If he flashes towards that top rush, like that might actually end up making the difference, because there was a pink ward in there, so they wouldn't have had vision. Instead, Rumble finds him, rakes him over the coals. Morgan with the Battle Rumble, feeling great. Look at that gold breath. Perfect. Love to see it.
It's up and down, and then it's up and down again. Down being the direction of Bro. And they've taken a couple of big fights around.
Yeah, it was called Aegis of the Legion. There we go.
Aegis
of the Legion. Sorry.
Aegis of the Legion, yeah.
And then an old version, because now it builds into Unending Despair, but an old version of that had an armor and MR aura, and it wasn't even that much, and it was so broken.
Yeah.
And Otacon takes away, I think, double that. It's like up to 50. AoE.
Yes. And teams still are like, you know what?
Well, neither team has done it here.
We can kill this thing.
I think thus far the Otacon calls have actually...
Yeah, you know, I'm not naming any names. I don't think it's either of these teams in particular. It's just a lot of teams during the group stage of LCK Cup were just like, you know what? We're so far ahead. We can just do this. And sometimes they got away with it as well, which almost made it worse.
It's a new objective. Remember Rift Herald? How many games were lost fighting over second Herald? Is Kingen, he's on a mission. The deep flank. They do not know. Does he know? Still waiting.
Does Kingen know about his flank?
Well, he knows about his flank. But does he know whether the flank's going to work? I think he does, and he's now realized that it doesn't. Is the question mark pings are like, huh?
Where'd that guy come from? What? Was he there the whole time? Yes. Hide on bush.
Is this where we're at? Guys, they have a ward, and they also have Prio in top.
Now, listen, the only thing that matters is Otacon, okay?
It really isn't. Brion have the opportunity to set up soul point for themselves.
The only thing...
well, I guess they're just going to get
that matters is just doing Otacon.
Well, they get it.
And they're just going to get it. Yeah, backs are stopped now. From the side of Nongshim.
Just let it go.
They're too late.
Just let it go.
TPing.
Just go to Dragon.
They're TPing.
Just go to Dragon.
They're TPing into the fight.
It's fine. You can cancel the backs. You get the Dragon for free. Well, not for free. You pay with Otacon buff, but...
Got him. Stop the back of Palu. Huge.
Oh, you can see it on the faces of Nongshim as well. They're like, ah, man. That's not good.
Well, they'll get the Drake. So that's a couple of Cloud Drakes in the pocket of Nongshim.
And Otacon alone is not enough to make you lose the game, but if Brion now force a good fight and then get Nash up of that will be...
Yeah.
That will be enough.
It's very important to note that timing, because it is possible to get Otacon and not have it interact with Baron at all, right?
Yeah.
And just have it be like, okay, we're going to push, we're going to get some value, we're going to get more head, fine. But using it and saying, we're just starting Baron, what are you going to do about it? And then taking a good fight and hopefully not leashing it too much.
Perfect. Yeah, just start Nash.
Yeah.
I love it. Or set up a vision trap.
Deny vision.
Either or. Look at this. Thank you, observers. Doing a wonderful job as always. Yeah, just start it up. Yeah. Your turn is great.
And they have huge damage as well. With Ezreal, with Rumble.
Just don't flip it.
Well, they might. A lot of damage coming in.
Just
that is that's Leokon. Here's the turn, and the Wukong with the Coles as well over the top. And a lot of flashes come out. They avoid a bunch of damage. Morgan will get reset, but already Lahens is down. And they are looking for more. Hype with the red buff really wants something more. They're only going to get Lahens, which is nice.
Start it up again. Well, actually, close.
Low on health, yeah.
Poke's also not bad. They have vision in the pit, so they're not going to fall for this. Good amount of vision around as well.
If there's one player who's been in this situation many times and can carry it from here, it is Jiwoo, who's like the one fed dude on the team, and he's like, you know, just get on the bus. Jiwoo's going to carry it for you. Famously nearly did it on Smolder against T1.
That was still the best Smolder game ever. If people say there are no good Smolder games, watch that one.
Yep.
As it starts off here, actually really nicely done by Palu there. finds the ultimate on Fisher. Doesn't quite get lands into the wall, but still does enough. And really, it feels like only Morgan understood the assignment. I think that Brienne could have definitely tried and go a little bit harder there on the fight. Because if you get a second or third kill, I think Baron is actually guaranteed. Instead, they have to back off. Best part about Otacon is it allows you to play with reckless abandon as the buff times out. And now the game is still kind of even.
Yeah.
We're still there.
No, I mean, you got even Drakes.
Yep.
You've
2-2.
got some fancy boots.
Yeah.
One. Sandals.
Wait, just take the free stats, right?
Yeah.
It's fine.
But the fancy ones.
No, I know.
I like the new icons.
What is it called? Chain-laced something? I don't know the second part.
That is the name, yes.
Yes. Chain-laced something.
Remember when we had the Ornn upgrades?
Well,
just making up names for them. So fun.
I forgot whose caster was. There were some other casters that were talking about this. They're like, we can just make up new names. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know, because any item can now be a masterwork item. What if we just give?
True.
Remember Deicide? That was so.
That was
so cool. Typhoon.
Yeah.
That was amazing. We just need to think of those ourselves.
There was
when there's Ornn in the game, which is all the time, notoriously.
Like Sisyphus or something? Like you know, like the special eclipse or whatever. Yeah, don't remember exactly what it is. Let's see the ults now from Palu. Nice dash from Gideon, gonna dodge it. And now you gotta turn, but in goes Gnomesim. They're trying to isolate one target, and they will take down Hotbot. And look at the Baron, it's so low, but Gnomesim, they're being shredded by an Ezreal and a Rumble. The Harpoon gonna land, but Jiwoo will back down from this, and he's got Kingen with them as well. And they turn the fight in a huge way, so many low health bars, but Gnomesim win it in the end.
It went from hype, what was that, to hype, what was that?
Yeah.
As, gets a little bit too crazy with it there in the end. I wanted this start of this fight beautifully done. So Palu tries to find Node, completely gets denied, then gets hooked back in, targeted, and then they also get on top of Closer with so much of the damage. The immediate ult coming in from Kingen as well. Beautifully done. And then it looks like Nongshim is overstepped. Hype goes forward, and then you can just see the moment where it's like, I'm doing it.
Doing Baron, by the way.
Oh, if he doesn't... Yeah, I think they should be able to get it now. Unless?
Unless? One Q? One burst? No, it goes to Kai'Sa. So there you go. Gnomesim with the clean Baron. Nothing to see here.
If he keeps his E and he plays it a little bit slower, they can't do Nash. Oh, hype. That's gonna sting. Morgan also doing a lot of toasting in that fight. And now the Baron is going over, and I think Nongshim should be able to turn it into a triple Soul or triple Drake, Cloud Soul as well, or Cloud Dragon, setting up for a possible 4, which I've been seeing a lot of the, the speedy Halo Blades Cho'Gath. Everyone is about to be that speedy. I'm telling you, Veldas, that's going to be very scary.
Oh, trying to set this up. I mean, this is Ahri. Still, a lot of nice dodging. And Closer 2 seconds away from his ult as well. Just going to straight up walk in the right direction a couple of times. And then throw in Azonias.
I still can't believe Closer hasn't died this game. This is not an easy game to go Deathless in with the amount of CC on the enemy team. This is also a pretty big whiff, I'd say, from Nongshim. Because this is going to take a lot of time and tempo out of their Red Bull Baron power play. Now, they should still be able to take Dragon.
They have 2 minutes still.
Yeah. Okay, but they're going to take Dragon, which is another minute before they're actually in a position to push anything else. Still fine. I don't think it's the end of the world, but that topside play not working out does cost them. Still, they're able to get Soul Point for themselves here. We have Jiu, who is getting very close to Zhonya's. Items across the board looking good here for Nongshim. And it's going to have to be a kind of a Hail Mary pick for Brienne, I think, because even though I think that the champions on their team still maintain a lot of their power, like playing out just straight front to backs into the amount of dive that Nongshim have is going to be quite tough.
Yeah, and Nongshim have shown many times that they're not scared to just,
they
drop
the
gauntlet, and we're just going in. Lahen's quite literally just running at them sometimes. Maybe a little bit too eager
I was about to say, maybe sometimes we should be afraid of stuff.
Yeah.
That's good.
Fear, is built in to our instincts for a reason, to protect us from dying in League of Legends.
Does not know any of these fears. He's getting closer to a barrel level of scoreline, which
I feel like he is
sometimes
slowly hitting his barrel arc,
I think he always, thinking back to early Lehens as well, he's always been...
Yeah.
Just hasn't quite hit the peaks of barrel.
I feel like we're hitting new levels of
Oh, yeah. In he goes.
All right, there you go. There's the pick, but he's got Zhonya's, and that's a pretty good ultimate to come in. But the knockback from the Talia is huge. In goes King and finds the backline. They get the 1 kill, but look at the health bars of Bro. They're all so low, and they're being burnt down. Morgan desperate for something, but he can't do it alone. And there you go. He gets taken out. It's only Palu, and it's 40-second death timers. I think they can just end the game.
That one is going to sting for Bro. Felt like this game was looking pretty good. And then Nongshim just kept fighting and fighting and fighting. 16-15. A bloodbath of a game here, Feldes. But Nongshim going to take the 1-0 leader, only a single game away from eliminating Bro out of the play-ins.
And that would be crazy, just like that, as Gideon bounces out of his chair. Kingin having a great game of Ambessa. He gets the focus. I think, he was great. I think Ju's timing outside of the 1 Killer Instinct was great. Played well with the carry, with the money he was given. And really just their comp working out in a great way. I just feel like also Bro wasn't really able to match and damage in some of those extended fights. Hype wasn't able to do quite enough.
Or try to do too much, unfortunately. Palu also, I think, starting off strong, but come mid-game, definitely a lot more misses on the Poppy. There's also a lot of responsibility for him, because if you look, it's either him or Humbug that's starting the fights, but not quite able to hit a couple of key targets. Hype, that Arcane Shift Forward definitely going to haunt him, but the gold graph is going to tell the story that we also witnessed.
Yeah.
Back and forth, and for Brian, a tough loss, but this should also be the takeaway that they do have what it takes to match Nongshim and maybe bring us to game number 3.
Absolutely. I mean, this is still anybody's series from here on out, but Nongshim, a big step in the right direction. They were down quite a decent amount of gold. I mean, 2,500, not a huge amount, obviously, for that point in the game, but they were able to turn it around even after giving up Otacon and everything, and Nongshim take the victory. Some Kingin fans coming on down to help, maybe the family as well. But either way, guys, we're done for now. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나 했다니까. 리플 봐봐. 아 근데 정태야 바텀에서 왜 들어왔어 너? 아 미안하다. 아 그거 너무 크다. 아 근데 그거 너무 내가 너무 앞에 나가서 아 일단
네,
헷갈려.
아, 얘들아, 이겼으면 됐어. 다 파자. 다 파자. 그냥 못 삐질게. 아, 죽여.
아 죽여.
아, 죽여, 죽여. 아, 죽여, 죽여. 아, 죽여, 죽여. 아, 죽여, 죽여. 아, 죽여, 죽여.
바텀라인 쩔 쏘긴 해 근데 나 진짜 검문한다 진짜 내려봐 야 이번 판 잘해서 한판 잘하자 4천원 들고 있는데 나이스
찾아주는 게 중요합니다. 이런 거 피하기는 거. 리신도 뚜껑이 열리긴 하겠지만. 예. 근데 룰루가 계속 때려대면. 유틸포 중에서 캐리아가 이거를 들어가야 먹으려 그랬고요. 와! 캐리아! 그리고 우디를 이렇게 많이 잡아요.
We running it up. We running it up. We running it up. I'm back here to stay. No one can get in my way.
Overconfidence million from Carzzy. Most certainly. Lot gonna ult, go for the all-in. Nice flash from Knock-Knocko. Lot in trouble now. Hammer form going in, waiting as long as he can. On the E, trying to get the knockback. Full channel Q.
Why is
little bit of
this
extra
healing?
damage. Why are they just continuing to fist
Once
fight?
again, you plus 27 every second. What is happening? Why am I seeing plus 27 every second? What was that? That was just biscuit healing or what?
Top is where I end up. They ain't messing with us. Hey, we running it up. Yo, they ran out of luck. Yo, we running.
Actually well played there by Umpty after getting invaded.
Oh, and now Umpty is behind Quid. He just TV'd back in, so this would be a really rough timing to get ganked. While Breaker getting charged up, will he get the flash out? Nice sidestep, knocks it back into the tower, and goes to the skies. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish him off, but he's trying to threaten. He flashes forward. Quid with the monster outplay in the 1v2. What a move from him.
Ooh, that is really...
He just broke brother's ankles.
Really rough.
Ballin', yeah, check out my stats. I put my team on my back. Put my city on the map. That's all I'm about.
Importante é que o Stack vai chegar mais rápido. Parece que a Pink não tá, hein? Tá todo mundo vindo, coach pela lateral, pode tentar o flanco por aqui, o Carioca se ele acertar vai atordoar. E o Adormecer em todo mundo é sonho. Entrada agora, e a vez Cherry garantir esse ultimate, mas olha a devolução da PEN, vai demolindo a Leviatã! Eles pegam o dragão, mais um perdendo a vida, são 3 abates confirmados, PEN Gaming.
Hey, we running it up. Yo, they ran out of luck. Yeah, we running it up. Yeah, we running it up.
Yeah, so they got about 70 seconds left on it. It's a 150-second buff, so it'll expire about 10 seconds before the Drake pops off. But if Licorice just gets this one for free, that's not a great start.
Oh, no. Okay, Fate sealed from Palafox. Trying to turn it back around onto the Urgot. They're both going to get their shields. Licorice still trying to get himself back away here a little bit further. Palafox, the protagonist, slays the Urgot and takes his win in the 1v1. Now Adiland's trying to clean him up, but he's got to be careful. The Yone is still highly mobile, looking to get himself back away. Resets position yet again. Q3, Palafox just sat Adi down and told him how it is.
Just 1v2 if you're Palafox. A great game 3 by Palafox. Back-to-back solo kills.
The top is where I end up. They ain't messing with us. Hey, we running it up. Yo, they ran out of luck.
뒤에 캐리아 아래쪽 돌아. 브라인 들어갑니다. 들어갔죠. 잘 싸울 생각이 눌렀죠. 일단 잡고 호텔 깊숙하게 물렸기 때문에 물론 호텔을 최대화시키려고 하고 스매시가 세거든요. 이게 스매시가 세거든요.
기인이 있긴 했는데
기인도 그리고 뒤로 포탑이 있긴 하지만 포탑을 무시하지 주문하면 돼 뻗어봅니다. 그리고 마무리 이렇게 끊어버립니다. T1 와 901을 찍는 스매시의 카이사.
If I shoot, it's going in. I feel bad for y'all. All I know is how to win. Ballin' every shot, so swish.
Wadid's second prediction is halfway there, as it is Nongshim that take game number 1 over the Bros. Wadid predicting yet another 2-0. So again, not a bro lever over here.
I'm sorry.
A true bro lever, Digon here alongside Wadid and Ox. A back and forth game, one could say, in this one, as one of the few games where Otacon is taken by the team that ends up losing and not using it well.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose this series, you're gonna be out from like whole tournament, right? So I think there's a lot of pressure on both teams, and that's why they had some oopsie moment in this game.
I think as well, sometimes we end up in a game and it's like one team has like a clear draft identity that's very different from the others, or like an edge in the draft. I feel like both teams' drafts made sense, and there was a lot of team fighting potential, so it really came down to that execution in those big fights.
Yeah, and didn't quite work out too much here as we take a look at our first highlight at 620.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of mistake cannot be happen in LCK team, like seriously, because we're not in just regular split. It's a play-in, fight for their lives, but as you can see, like Bro entering the river while Rumble is on top side is just crucial mistake here.
The Giga Chat thing would be for Morgan just to ult the wave instead. But no, he does come down just very late, and especially in these early fights around things like Grubs, the Rumble is so strong. Like, this is why you want a Rumble for these early fights, the value you can get from the Equalizer. So it just ends up coming in far too late here. And as soon as it comes down, there's nothing to keep them on the Equalizer as well, because you're using it so late in the fight.
Yeah, you have to communicate between your side laner and your main team, so you can actually time well when you're entering the riverside.
Yeah, so a little bit of an oopsie from the support of one of the teams in the top side river. Guess what we got for you in highlight number 2?
Well, it's not a replay. It's kind of opposite way of mistake. It's from Nongshim this time around. Your Kaisa is on top side. Maybe they were thinking about like Kaisa just jumping in with his ultimate, but this time around it was really bad mistake from Biden.
Yeah, and you know, it's credit to the team not making the mistake that they immediately capitalize on this, but I think the lesson really is when you're in a situation like this, you need to give more space. You need to back away. If they start the objective, that's fine. Often in these objective fights around Baron Pit, if you're in the pit, it's not favorable. So if they let them start the objective, you can then pincer collapse in on them. So just give more space, let them move in, and then retake it, recontest.
I mean, I think the difference, like huge difference when you compare nowadays meta and like back in the day, is you have to group. Like if you want to fight, you cannot really like TP in, like just wait for the teammate to join. Like, you have to like group at first place, so make it like quick team fight, you know. But I think both teams are struggling because, as I mentioned, there's such a pressure in this series, so I could see that.
And the thing is, you can just not fight. If the situation isn't right, it's better to back off and not fight than to get caught out like this and lose regardless.
Yeah, well, we had a couple more skirmishes on the top side of the map, but here's the defining moment of this game. It's over at the Baron.
Yeah, and I feel like today, the strongest performance we've seen hasn't been from DRX or even Nongshim so far. It's been from the neutral objectives, because, again, we have a situation where a team commit to it. They're all trapped in the pit, and you're up against a Talia. You have the CC coming out from the Nautilus, from the Vi. The Vi knocks them into the pit, and then Talia ends up throwing down the Unraveled Earth a little bit after, and you're just stuck. And I think it's kind of testament to the fact that Bro are actually in a good position here, but this fight still ends up being close. Hype does a lot of work, but fortunately, in the end of this play, he does overstep. But if you think how close this fight was, considering how badly it started for Bro, they really kind of lost the game off this play, and they did end up losing Baron off this. It was really significant.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I can see the reason why they tried the Nashor here, but yeah, I mean, they need to plan who's gonna turn, who's gonna fight, look for the fight. But I think just every 5 members were just like, oh, we're hitting Nashor, yeah, we're looking for the fight, but who's gonna go in?
I think as well, you can do it in a less committal way where everyone was in the pit and then they got trapped there. I think if you have them like the people dealing damage on the edge of the pit, and then you have people like playing block to stop them getting close. Once they get close, you just back away. But like once you're in the pit, you're there, you're locked in.
Yeah, in that kind of moment, you have to like communicate really quick, you know, like, so AD carry hit the Nashor and support and jungle look for the turn, but those kind of communications were missing from the Bro side.
Yeah, you got to see Edgar and belated birthday boy Googer trying to go over the adjustments that the Bros can make. But again, they're on blue side now. There's an opportunity there for them, or well, what did be correct with his prediction, and will Nongshim be able to knock them out of the LCK Cup? Let's find out as we send it on over to game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that breakdown. Certainly a lot of back and forth in that series, for better or for worse. It was very fun to watch and cast. We'll see what Game 2 looks like, Chronicler.
You can really tell that Degon is very emotionally invested in the outcome of this game because he didn't even give us a fun nickname. Like, he's like, I need bro to win. I need it more than anything.
I
mean,
get
it.
He really?
No,
He's
I
not
get
even
it.
wearing his
I respect
jersey.
it. No, you know. He literally said he was going to dye his hair green if they won LCK Cup.
If they win LCK Cup, yeah.
Well, actually, Ox said
Easy
that for
enough.
him.
Yeah.
As Ox often does.
I mean, that's fine, you know. I think it's a good suggestion we can all agree on, as long as, you know, if Ox makes it, we just have to accept it, because he only makes good suggestions, right?
All right. 1 game away. It's not going to... I can't with that, man. 1 win away here is Nongshim from getting to the next round, getting themselves in the, like, kind of double elimination. Even if they lose, they get to
T1
another...
zone.
Yeah, get to play another best of 5. And the current reigning Caspa Cup champion, only a single game away from getting knocked out. Now, they are on blue side here, which should help them. A lot blue side has been kind of OP, but at the same time, draft wasn't the issue. That first game was messy, it was fun, it was a back and forth, and I think sometimes those games hurt the most because you can't even go and like, well, that was lost in draft. It happens. The game remained competitive up until the point where that Baron was taken. Things kind of snowballed from there. The Otacon fight obviously also gonna kind of haunt them. As now we have Varus also still open. I have to double check because it's fearless, but it is still available. I prior pick there. We could go towards
Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe or Varus can pick here, whatever you prefer.
Or just, you know, slam
God.
the Camille and Sejuani.
Camille Sejuani.
Now,
So
I mean...
so now you pick Nidalee.
Yeah, I mean, the Jace doesn't have to go top. So that's one thing if you're slamming the Camille this early.
Okay. So we are opting in heavily. Now, this is not a melee character. This is one of the champions that, much like Zeka, Closer does have a... I'm not a... Oh my god.
Okay. I mean, you have Camille, right?
Well, you're also playing into triple auto attackers. Like, Shen value is already... And they haven't even picked an AD carry yet.
Yeah. Galio's already banned, so they don't get the, like, Omega crazy comp, but you still can pick stuff that works.
Yeah, but, like, look at this. You have Sejuani with 2 melees. You have an incredible amount of CC. You have really good side lane coverage for your Camille later in the game, so you can split push with Reckless. And then you have Shen into Jace. Like Zinzao in particular. The champ doesn't function if you can't auto.
It's true.
Whew. Okay,
he didn't give them a chance to ban it this time.
No.
I like that third pick Shen.
And they get to ban away some of the picks you don't want to play it into. Xayah makes sense. Because the utility of her Blade Caller isn't relying on her actually hitting you. You can still get tagged by that, and also has a good amount of self-peel. The Zig's also taken away.
Why are you laughing, Fisher? Because of the way?
Fine. I don't love it. It's the same issue that I have with Victor, where it's just like, it's okay. Now, what if it's Gyu? It's not, because it's Gyu, but like, imagine if they just pull a fast one on all of us. I don't think that's it. And then they just lock Silas, and we're just left here wondering what it all means. That's AD Corki, which is a little better. A lot of self-peel as well with the Valkyrie, which I guess is good.
Yeah. I mean, he played Ezreal in game 1. Corki's like the next best thing in terms of that. So, I mean, we'll see if he can get away from Camille.
Well, yeah, Alistair is already banned. Also, you're playing into Shen, so I don't know why I mentioned Yali.
Because it's River Shen.
And
they have yet to pick their support.
Oh, yeah. No. It's Camille support, top Sejuani, River Shen.
Obviously.
Oh, God. Okay, so we need to pick for Gyu here. Will it be? Varus is still open. Caitlyn Shen.
Yeah. You know, you taunt, you drop a trap.
That is, yeah.
There you go.
Combo does
Dead.
work. There you go, Dad.
Yeah,
I'm kind of thinking about how it all comes together. So you, as much as I love both the color coordination and like the wild nature of the Nongshim comp, like looking at your lanes. So mid lane will be fine. Top lane, I think, will be really, like, it should be, but if you ever lose your flash, you are cooked.
Yeah.
Like, again, it's
but at least you're way.
It's the Victor issue.
Yeah.
You outrange Azir, you should be able to trade well into him, but if you ever misplay, you just get swept up. And like with Victor,
Just
yeah,
don't
but he
misplay.
he is his W, and then for Gio, it's like, yeah, just, or for Fisher, wait, it's just like, yeah, just hit your fear. But realistically, is that always going to happen? We don't know.
They're here from Hong Kong. Cheering for bro, as you can probably
That is
tell.
actually, that's accurate Kingen. That's...
What happened to his hands? Are those muscles on the hands
Yes.
too? Like,
bro, he's playing video games all day. Of course his hands have muscles.
They looked quite sizable, yeah. Yeah,
How else
Caitlyn
do you
Shen.
lift your mouse?
There you go. Very heavy mouse. Here we go. Game number 2 starts now. When do you think that Dr. Shen skin came out?
I don't know, like 2014, 13.
I think it's earlier than that.
No, what I'm thinking about as...
You're not thinking about the skin?
No, I'm thinking, because we were talking about the heavy mouse, right? Like, imagine an esports anime. I know you're not generally the anime guy.
You mean like Rock Lee, where he's got like the...
Yeah, he's got like, it's you know, it's one of those things that is adjacent enough to actual esports that it's fun to watch, but it's also nonsensical enough to be entertaining. And there's just a player who's just like always playing with a weighted mouse, and then he's like, okay, I'm playing in a real match now, and he takes off the weights and his mouse just starts going, which doesn't actually do anything.
Doesn't make sense, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
But your
actually
APM
help
goes
you.
up.
Yeah, which we all know. You of all people know how important APM is as a...
I feel like it might be better in this case to make it like a really heavy keyboard, you know? Like it's
Yeah,
really
but-
hard to press the keys.
Oh, yeah.
Kingen's... Oh, Palu. I mean,
No, they
it's a lane
definitely-
swap.
no,
Like,
yeah, they definitely could have chunked him out good, though.
yeah.
And they secured so much vision. That's quite unfortunate. I do think that the goal... Because, like, again, Kingen is going to have a really tough time really getting anything out of this. He's like, oh, let me walk to the wave. They're not going to. Just let it go. Do have Sejuani towards the top side of the map. Humbug will be pathing top, but I think at least on this first... Depends on how slow they're looking to crash this wave. Because Gideon could cover. Oh, look at that. We already have Morgan moving his way up as well. We've seen this already where you don't actually... So you get level 2 off of the mid wave, and then instead of having your jungler rotate up, you just dive the level 1 opponent with your top lane that's soaked XP mid and actually is level 2. But the timing doesn't seem perfect here. And Humbug is level 2. I think Yellahen's hard.
It's just gonna kill him! He's just gonna kill him in the jungle! As River Shen just finds the jungler, ignites him, and kills him. Just like that. Lahen's first blood. And now they might be able to trade it here on the Kingen, who just waits and tries to hook shot away, looking to try to trade, gets a shield, and the dive doesn't quite work out yet, but they're waiting for the reset.
He's level 2.
He is level 2, and he's feeding off of the potion here. He's going to flash away, and Hype, no! Oh, he lives! Hype is alive. He's totally fine, but more importantly, so is Kingen. Third time's the charm.
Surely now he dies.
Surely he dies. Okay, he dies, but so does Palu, but it's an execution.
Oh, I could see Lahen's giggle. You can't giggle there, Lahen's. But this is absolutely monumental for Nongshim. Actually, I don't know if it was Yundo or Jisun or whoever showed us. 2011 is Dr. Shen.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was definitely earlier.
That's season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow.
Back in my day. It's 14 years ago.
That's a long time, Valdez.
Yeah.
To summarize, Lahens found a solo bolo, and I do think that, like, when we say that the Shen into Zinzao matchup is good, this isn't what we mean. I just want to be very clear about that.
Lahens took it literally.
Yeah, it's so interesting because Hambak is on the weak side of the map, but most supports just never would. Right? Like, who realistically would just be like, I'm just going to walk in and check you on Crux. Also, look at where he comes from.
I think he just says his name? I'm not sure. Oh, it's me. Ah, okay.
So take another look here. So first he has his E prep to get away from the stun. Then he gets the heal here with the W. Obviously also was able to use the shield to stay alive. Flashes the crash down.
야모띠. 너무 재밌어. 너무 재밌어.
It's very fun.
I'm kind of wondering, like, if he doesn't... I don't think it really changes anything.
까비.
Try to get the execute. If he gets the W off there on Rel, that would have been enough. Yeah. It's still fine, right? Like, he knows his team is winning on the opposite end of the map. He's still got a good amount of XP, which is the most important thing, because it's not like you pick Camille for the early laning matchup. And you still have a Sejuani. So Kingen, not going to be too bothered. Is a very fat Jace right now here for Morgan. So that might be something that they're able to use.
At least comparatively.
Yeah, well, it's still a lane swap scenario, so yeah.
Yeah, so he's not going to be taking over the game, but he's definitely in a much better spot than the Camille right now, as Gideon getting on in there. There's a stun, the flash forward with the old Fisher, lining it up, and they'll take him down. And even the kill is going to be given over to Fisher. Gideon
doesn't have flash, so...
Yeah. Fisher, though, I mean, he grabs the root, and now over the wall they come, and yeah, he's dead. But it looked like maybe he was going to get... That's such a Lahens maneuver.
Did Lahens just... Yeah, he just dubstep ignited, just walks up.
Yeah.
Ignites.
Just keeping him around.
His hype is cleanse and flash. I don't think he should die.
Might be able to get something. I mean, Lahens might just be able to kill him by himself. If he doesn't flash, absolutely, and cleanse. He didn't even need Gio.
No, Gio is laning for Lahens. Come on now, his job is to push.
True, yeah,
to push waves so
that's
that
why
Lahens can make plays.
That's why he picked Caitlyn.
Yeah.
It's all coming together.
You're just autoing the turn. It actually is River Shen!
He took them all.
Oh, being Hambak in this game is such a nightmare. Because...
He's level 4 to level 6.
Yeah, after that... Well, you're also Zinzao.
Yeah.
Good luck getting value. As
remember at the top of the day where you were like, I really don't like Xinjiao.
Yeah, really
nowadays.
Don't. Well, okay, but this isn't the Xinzao. Like, I think Zinzao is one of those champs where mispositions are punished so much. Because, like, you can't get up. You can only go in ever. And there, yes, Paulo is here to ensure they get the kill on Fisher, but obviously they lose, what, like 2 full waves? Hype was already behind because he was sharing XP in top.
Ooh.
As a Kingen comes from 3 screens away and just promptly gets swept away from closer. You can still get a bit of value for Hambak, right? You can still get the knock-up, you can still create space with your ultimate, but Zinzao, one of his biggest strengths, I think, is particularly in longer fights. He actually is, in early skirmishes, a really big threat. Can get a lot of auto stuff, a lot of sustain, a lot of beefiness. A lot of that won't really be as applicable this time around.
Yeah, he's just kind of, he's going to exist. He might be able to frontline a little bit. You know, he still has his ult. You don't really need items to survive that, but you're dealing with Shen, you're dealing with Camille, you're dealing with even Sejuani, who can get inside that ult and make your life even more miserable.
Sejuani also is one of those champions where it does feel like if you can get a lead early, and particularly with the new Heartsteel build, like you do good amount of damage. There's a reason why she was able to be a top laner for, what was it, like season... When did Nuguri came back for a little bit and he just played like Ignite? Was it 11? Was it 2021 or 2022?
It was 2 years ago.
I think 2022 then. I don't think it was...
I thought it was 23.
Was it? Maybe. Wasn't 23 was the Kana year? Because 2022 was the Hoya year. Wasn't it Hoya, Birdle?
Yeah,
And then-
I think you're right. That could have been 21 though.
No, because 21 was Khan.
Oh, that's right.
When
yeah.
they lost both international tournaments
sorry.
by 1 game.
I didn't purposely
that's
mention
fine.
that just to...
Yeah, that's okay. Why would you bring that up, Valdez? God.
I just find more unique and creative ways to bring that up and remind you.
Point being, Sejuani does do a good amount of damage. You have both Shen and Camille to play off of as well. And if you Zinzao that's behind into a champ like Sejuani that can just keep looking to fight you, I think you're going to have a tough time. So Hambak, good luck.
He's got a tunneler.
Yeah.
Against double giant spell. Yeah, he's...
Well, tunneler is a really strong component, but I do think that he is kind of cooked, unfortunately. And Lance is 6 now as well.
Yeah.
We're gonna be getting some great team fights here from Brion, because otherwise things are looking dire. Closer is fed, so that's something. That's about where the good news ends, though.
I just feel like Nongshim are...
They're just clean.
They're just playing really well, you know? I think that Bro, obviously, some mistakes here and there. Like, game 1 was a bit of both, right, to both sides. Yeah, you can't just step on a trap either, okay? Hype has been a little bit rough this series.
What did Hype mean by this?
What was the message he was trying to send?
It's always important when looking at art is trying to ascertain what the artist meant.
Yeah, or at least
we know?
Give your own meaning to the message that he sent, right? And kind of like bond with it, right?
So
I don't think I can. Though,
you think that's the commentary though? Like, it doesn't make. Why doesn't it make sense? Because why do we need it to make sense?
It leads us to think about why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is he even in the game? You know.
These are questions that we gotta ask ourselves. Well, this as a Yunto arrow's now done.
You know, I really love Hype and Hype and Wei, the player, but apart they're just not the same.
Well,
I mean, Hype's had his moments.
This skirmish has got to work out.
We're trying to get in onto the Shen, but Hambak doesn't really do much. Okay, nice flash on in. Closer, gonna get it done. As Fisher gonna throw his ult in. They look for the trade, and Fisher, he's still alive towards the end. Eventually he does go down. Gideon might just be unkillable. So they just say, okay, abandon that plan. We're not killing the Sejuani.
I think his heart still. I think I heard a heart still proc there.
He must have it by now.
Can they? Yeah, they should get this. Yeah, there you go. For a stack in the pocket. The fact that it takes so long for Fisher to die there is... it's not good news, necessarily.
Hype's not having a fun time in this lane. I mean, the thing about the Corki as well is it has an escape, but it's got lower range than the Caitlyn, and it can just be ulted off cooldown and can't really trade back, so...
But it's also 4 GU. It does have sums. Might have to use one of them.
Gonna try to go for the net and maybe stop there. Gets the cleanse and Palu with the fadeaway.
I mean, yeah, but I think Gio is still gonna be very happy about that. Not having to invest his sums.
Sure.
Now, this is all a run-off effect of what happened towards the top end, right? And the fact that Hambak has fallen so behind. It's necessitated Palu to go for these plays, which means that he had to lane 1v2 against Lahens, which just sounds like the worst kind of scenarios we see here. Hambak still gets a good amount of value with his ultimate. It's Closure that sets up the play, is able to both force some sums while still getting the kill onto Fisher. But it takes a while. They only end up getting, what, 1 of the grubs? So you deny, at least for now, the Sandals that I think are probably still going to go towards Bro or towards Nongshim. But you still have to deal with the debuff when playing into Camille, which is not the best of times.
Yeah, Morgan in the side lane against King, and remember, he started off in a better spot. He's still ahead 300 gold, but
yeah,
it's still Camille.
It's as you said, like, yes, he's ahead. He is sitting on Phage and a pickaxe.
Yeah.
Now look at Giu's eye.
That's the thing. The farm discrepancy, you'd love to have it on the people who are actually able to play the game. And as we know, top laners don't actually play League of Legends. They just play
Lane Swap Simulator 2025.
They play bullet hell games, you know? They just try to dodge everything.
King actually did a great job on that earlier.
Yeah. It's not League of Legends, though. I don't know what it is.
No, you know, and top laners normally have it so great in League of Legends. Notoriously fun role that everyone enjoys playing.
Yeah. Sit there, get ganked 4 times.
Yeah, or play against the Darius, and you know, you're doing great. You're not giving him any of the early kills, and then your jungler walks into your lane and just gives him a freebie, and then your mid laner tries to kill him because he's so low.
You try to trade in draft with your support for pick order, but it's Ox, so he won't trade with you, and he says support counter pick is more important. Yeah.
And then you're playing, you know, a tank into like a Vayne top. And you know that if your jungler would show up at some point, it'd be so free, but they never do.
They never do. Can't relate. I don't play top. Yeah.
I have done every now and then.
Yeah.
I mean, I played top and jungle. Neither roles are known for, you know, having a great time.
I played a bunch of jungle. Mid was definitely more fun in that aspect.
Well,
Gideon is a raid boss.
Yeah, he's not taking any damage, as we have the really good call from Brian to ensure banana brush control. Look at how long. Okay, well, do need to make sure he doesn't
double control ward.
Guys, we can't just let him. Guys, he's too scary.
Okay, but they put a third one in there. Surely the third one works.
No, Lahens is going to clear that one. I think they do need this dragon. I think they have the right idea. Fisher also doesn't have TP, whereas Closer does. So theoretically, they could get a man advantage. But
I think Gideon can just kind of walk in. Lahens, though, different question as the ult comes in, trying to peel as Palu gets low, has to flash out of there. Lahens also just going to burn down. And the Shen is gone without using his ult. Didn't have flash. Lahens gets caught, and that will be the dragon over to Bro.
Yeah, Lahens a little bit too close to the sun there. Felt safe. Was not. Because Gideon is a raid bus, but Lahens is
a raid bus. I love that. Here comes Gideon again. And he's got Shen. You know, the respawns come in. And now King coming in. They're just bullying him now. Hambak dies for the 3rd time. And the dragon actually goes to Nongshim. I stand corrected.
You can see as well that Brion just weren't... Like, if Morgan is on that play, like, they can't do that. And I'm not faulting Morgan here specifically. This is a very consistent thing I think we've seen with Brion, where they just don't seem to be all on the same page. Because if you actually have all the members there, I'm pretty sure Hype also and Apollo also went away earlier than they needed to. You needed that dragon. I think you need, and even though this doesn't end up mattering that much because it's Chemtech, so who cares? Giving over another kill is quite rough, right? Hambak dying again, putting him even further behind. Not allowing him to farm. He's almost 50 CS behind to Sejuani. As we take a look, it also devalues the work that you did for this play as another engage.
Yeah, it's Camille Sejuani. Guess what? It's stacked up, and Palu is in a lot of trouble, and maybe Morgan too. As Lahens, he's just trying to get Morgan, actually. Not going to hit him. As Morgan jumps over the stun.
That's well done.
Taunt.
Yeah, jumped over the wall there a little bit as well. Actually using Lahens to taxi out. Could have been worse.
Pretty cool. You know who's having the most fun in this game is Jiwoo. He has not really interacted with anyone at all.
I thought you were going to say Gideon. I feel like Gideon.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure.
Well, we all know it's Lahens, the actual answer. Because that's just, he's playing Shen.
Well, it's Fisher's turn to play Bullet Hell. The ult is going to land here on a Hambak, but the fear will not. Hambak is just turret diving and dying. Closer as well. That's a big shot. And he is going to take a bunch of damage, but at least they get the kill. And Gideon is just hanging out in between the turrets. They zone away Hype, who unfortunately can't do anything in this game. The opposite experience of Jiwoo.
Fellas, I do not think that Degon is going to have to dye his hair green.
There's still a chance, okay? Closer's getting the turret.
What a story will be from this point on.
Some people in the chat.
Hey.
Remember Leo?
Kingen was in much more unlikely scenarios and won worlds.
Do you remember Leo, though? The guy that paid the tax at the most important time. The bro tax.
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I thought you were talking about Leo the player, and I'm like, I remember Freaka Leo.
Yeah, I remember him too. Yeah, he was all right.
He was fine, yeah.
Yeah.
He did. He was there for a couple of games when, was it Root wasn't playing? That did happen.
Yeah, I think so.
Closer, meanwhile, is trying his best to keep everyone in the game. He did get another kill. Does not have his Riftmaker done.
Yeah. It's kind of just the Closer experience. This happened in game 1 too, where he was getting kills quietly, not dying. He was 2-0-10. You remember that on the Ahri in game 1?
I do.
And then eventually, I mean, it just all came crashing down.
So who do you think is happier, is having more fun? An AD carry that just gets to farm endless waves and
he has done nothing else, by the way.
No, I know.
Only
he doesn't need to. Again, he's playing for Lahans.
Uh-oh.
A Sejuani.
Speaking of which, here's Lahans, and we've got 3 people diving the turret, and guess what? It's Gideon who's tanking the turret this time. He doesn't die to turrets ever. And that's a free kill. They take down Morgan. Hambach, well, he's going to get the Rift Herald.
So an AD carry that just gets the PvE, and there is no die threat to them at all. The support playing their pocket counter pick, or a tank that is so accelerated that you're a raid boss and you can basically just do whatever.
I think, you know, it goes back to that art conversation we were having. You know, it really depends on how you interpret the situations, how it affects you on a deeper level. For me, I think the tank, that would be like my
So you can do stuff like this?
It'd just be like, I just get to do whatever I want. I'm diving.
Look, this is an empowered and way stronger turret, by the way.
Yeah. Well, it helps in the early games, but not against level 12 Sejuani.
Yeah, with Aftershock and Frost armor and...
Yeah. Fortunately, it doesn't do much there.
Oh, this
Closer
game is so cooked, Valdez.
Closer is the one guy who actually can maybe deal damage to Gideon. He's got a lot of levels. He has Leandri's. There is a chance.
He's just got to channel his inner BDD.
For all you bro leavers out there.
It's Closer or bust.
Yeah.
With that play, like even Morgan, which was one of the few... I know Morgan wasn't objectively in the game that strong because of the lane swap, but he was ahead of King and inside. And like that's never a matchup that's going to remain good. But because of that dive, Kingen now has his core items. He has Starix and Triforce, so he's just going to absolutely pummel everyone in longer trades.
Lahens is laning against Morgan.
Lahens is just solo laning. He's like... he's only 2 levels behind Hambach.
He's got a farm, okay?
He probably... Oh, okay, at this point, he shouldn't beat him anymore.
Oh, he didn't get the last hit.
That's fine. He's a support. He doesn't need to know how to last hit.
He's busy shot calling.
Gio has been investing very well, so now he's also sitting on IE. Yuntov fully stacked. Just going to be hitting whoever is put in front of him, which so far is no one.
Hey, he really hasn't had an opportunity to do much of that.
Well,
and as much as he's chovying, Closer is actually chovying even more.
I'm going to try my best. Okay, I don't want this to be how the bro run ends.
Okay.
I can't believe we're going to get a 4-0 day today.
Oh my god!
I can't believe
Wait,
it's happening.
Chronicler's bringing out his strongest curse.
I can't believe that we are on the precipice of our Kespa Cup champion being knocked out.
This is your strongest curse.
I'm trying my best,
you
man. I'm not done with this series. Come on, Brion, you can do it. Do it for Degon. Do it for the chat.
Right after you said it, they just started Otacon.
Oh, they're trying to set up a trap, but they're not taking the bait.
They're not taking the bait. No,
they got Palu. Oh, Palu. Palu from the top dome. No!
They only get the flash. Oh, it's so sad. Wait, did he? Yeah, he did. He flashed.
No!
Well, it was a nice try, Chronicler. I really, yeah. There's Degon.
He knows.
His hopes are D down the drain.
Wouldn't you just say dashed gone?
No, I wouldn't say that. But you could say that if you want.
Oh. Well, this is so tragic. I actually think the bait was quite good, right? You started up, and like, I don't know if Nongshim were just like, yeah, they're not actually doing it, or like, there's 3 options. Either they thought that they were doing it and just responded but slowly. They didn't know they were doing it at all and just kind of happened to walk upon it. Or they actually read the play and were like, someone's being trapped, and because maybe they caught Paulo on the ward or something. I don't know. And again, we will never know the answer unless they release comms.
Yeah, which they won't.
Well, you know, they have mic check.
They do.
Feel like
generally
this
not
would be...
for in-game moments.
No.
Well, actually, sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do.
Yeah.
They will definitely have it for you, Cal.
I mean, we need to see the uncut, you know, the director's cut version.
We could definitely not kill Gideon, so this is a good call.
Full comms included, all the way up till the end.
Okay, so you know how the only guy that can kill him already was Closer? It's like even more so now. Look at his items, Valdez.
Yeah. No, I mean, he could probably dive that turret.
Rock.
Yeah. If he wanted to, he could have. I mean, there's not really a good reason to, but if he wanted to, he could have. I mean, he's kind of technically doing it. Look at him! They're all running away. They don't even. They see him, and he's just standing there,
menacingly.
He's just staring them down. And now King and okay, Closer TP's top, and
they're gonna start. They have to start Otacon. No, no, we're not.
Like why? So Morgan.
Oh no! And then
Morgan doesn't have TP
back.
either. Morgan doesn't have either, so he has to catch the wave bot, where Kingen has TP, by the way.
They have to start it. Like, they don't have a choice. They're going to lose to Camille
okay,
otherwise.
Good luck with that.
Well, it obviously isn't going to work, but they need to do something, Valdez!
Come on, bros! One time for the Giga Chad army. Kingen's just hit the turret.
They're not buying it!
I mean, it takes forever, you know? You can't just do Otacon. That's not the way it works.
Closer, you need to hit it!
I just got here. He was stuck in traffic.
Oh, the init's gone. Okay. Yeah, flip the game. Flip it. Do it. Wait,
flip the game. Flip that. Wait, where did Paulo go? Okay, we're just flipping it. There you go. He got it. No. No shame. D-Gon's gone. Rest in pieces. Flash into Hybe's. Yeah, that's the most impact he's had all game. Kingen comes in. He's got a Shen on his back. And the game is over, Chronicler. It's over, D-Gon. They can get some withdrawals here. They might not end the game right now, but it's still over. All right, some kills, some 200 golds are going to be given over to the side of Bro. But we all know where we're at.
But what? No, I got nothing.
I think you gotta try harder on your curses.
They need, well, curses aren't real, so as we have found out right here, it was what, 1195, I'm pretty sure, just straight up 50-50. Humbug, though, having been in that position, like, because he was already solo initially, really had to back off. Paulo getting one tap there is a great example of why it's so dangerous to try and do Otacon. In this case, though, I think it's the right call. What else are you gonna do? Watch Kingen take your entire base, which he still did. Unfortunately, didn't even get Otacon. Maybe Nongshim throw at Baron?
Imagine if Bro got Otacon, by the way.
Now then they could have fought their way back into the game for sure. Yeah.
No, no, they couldn't have.
Yeah, they could have.
No, they get the Otacon and then they just all die.
Not all.
Well, like 3 or 4 people die.
Paulo was already dead. Okay, so
True.
he would still get the buff.
True, yeah.
He would still get it, Valdez. He would. I don't know why, by the way. That's still, I don't get that. Why that's a thing.
Yeah, I don't know why that is either. Jiu, okay, Closer.
Please.
It's his moment to shine. Oh, he's just getting ulted and feared. Oh, God, look at the damage. Humbug is already dead. The wallets are huge. Kingen is taking a lot, though. They're going to trade it back, but I just don't think it matters. The wallets here are just too big to handle. Hype is trying his damnedest, but it's not going to work. They're going to take them all down. Palu, the last one left, just going to get ulted for good measure. Why not? Stop the back. He's not going to do anything anyway. And they have Baron.
Lahans still has his buff as well, as does Gio, as does Gideon. And I think that unfortunately for the Bros, they didn't really feel like winning today. That's going to be the only reason.
They've looked so good recently.
I know. Humbug having an absolute clanker as well.
Oh no! Humbug
he doesn't kill Fisher.
Just no, stop bullying him.
Oh no, look at Hyde.
Yeah, it's pretty over for them. But Nongshim. But Nongshim, 2-0. And very clean, very impressive. Yes, Bro didn't exactly show up today. let's give a little respect over to the side of Nongshim. They had a great day. They shut it down. They had great drafts. Their gameplay was absolutely on key today. I just hope
it's why we're meaning so much, right? Because when it comes down to it, this was a relatively quick 2-0. I know the first match was a lot more back and forth, but I think in this one we knew very early on what Nongshim was about to do. As I actually had a tough time trying to think who.
Yeah, you spend a little time thinking about your plan.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, see, you can see the muscles are real, even in the hands. Poor Morgan, Lord Morgan. We won't see him until April. This is elimination from the Cup, the LCK Cup. Fisher says, yeah. Shout out to Nongshim. Nongshim Red Force. There you go. And I think, you know, Nongshim, they played up against T1 in the group stage, I'm pretty sure, and kind of went down pretty one-sidedly. But they've always been a team that have always kind of made it interesting against T1. So I'm curious about how that matchup is going to go. And that sign said, if Nongshim wins, I will change the type of ramen that I eat at home to Nongshim ramen. Not a bad choice. And there you go. Fisher puts back on the jacket. Had a pretty good game of play too. I feel like he had some nice moments. Definitely didn't look anything like the Victor game that he had earlier on in the season in the group stage. As Lehens, yes, you are seeing this right. He got a kill at level 2 as support Shen in the enemy jungle. And then Kingen avoided 8 million dives, actually 3, and then he eventually died. But it was cool, and Nongshim got ahead and were able to secure the victory.
And Nongshim, definitely a bit on the messy side, but I actually think that this is one of those things. With DRX, we got that feeling as well, where it also makes sense. You know, they're still figuring out their style, figuring out their team cohesion. Both of these two teams have definitely kind of been thrown together of varying different parts that either have played together a little bit. In case of, you know, Fisher obviously has played with some of his teammates already. Gideon also coming in for Sylvie, and I think actually having a wonderful time thus far. I have no idea who's going to pick up POM. I went with Kingen because I thought his bullet hell was, and I think his Abessa was actually really good.
Yeah.
But it might be Gideon. I think Gideon, particularly his game number 2, was obviously exceptional. Can even go Lehens. I think Lehens wouldn't shock me at all either.
Even with his 1-in-7 Nautilus performance?
Well, that would be a good reason not to, but he also, you know, still hit the hooks when he really needed to. Was it the cleanest game?
No. I think I'd probably choose Gideon.
I think Gideon's going to get it.
But
fine.
It's difficult.
I'm happy with my King.
It's difficult.
You know,
like Gio had a good game 1, his game 2, he just kind of sat there and put a line of traps. That was his job.
Yeah, Gio to me was great this series. He just didn't really do that much. Right at game 1 was a bit more flashy, but man, I feel for Closer though. That's rough. Unfortunately, just too much power on the enemy team. Gideon doing so much calling as well. Yeah.
For hitting the Azir. Who's basically just him.
Yeah.
Talking about how Lehens carried and how he was great on the Shen. Not too surprising.
Yeah, it might be one of those situations where, because we obviously, as you say, we don't get enough comms, but it would make sense given Lehens' reputation. He does the map movement, and then Gideon does the fights, and in that, looked like it worked out nicely for them. And Nongshim, leaving no question about who the better seed is between these two. Game number 1 was a little up and down, but very convincing game number 2. And the 2-0 secured here.
And there you go. Kingen actually going to pick it up. His game 1 was excellent. His game 2 pressure gets him the shout. And I am curious about the votes. Was it Chronicler who pushed it over the line?
It might be. Could very well be classic, you know, just a split between the two. Maybe Jonas. I could see Jonas strong vote for Lance. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I could see him do it.
I think it's fair.
He would.
As you said, his Nautilus was, there were times where he was literally running in a straight line at the enemies and
but he did
dying for no reason.
Getting the a little spoiler there. But you gotta keep watching if you want to know what the votes were.
Well, guys, it's been a fun day. It was shorter than I think we would have hoped for, but we do have an interview now with Kingen. Let's throw it over to Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Kingen on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations. Thank you.
킹겐 선수 일단 승리 소감 먼저 좀 들어볼까요?
Kingen, how do you feel?
중요한 경기가 이어지는
No, right away tomorrow we will have to go ahead and play another important match. And we really wanted to make sure that we do a really good job today. And I think we got today's victory by playing out the way we wanted to. So I'm very delighted. Given that today you were on the verge of eliminations if you lost, there must have been a lot of pressure. Yeah. I think in the end it really mattered. Today's match mattered a lot, but I think in the end we really wanted to make sure that we can show ourselves and show up today instead of not being able to play the way we usually do. So that was really pretty much my goal. And in game 2, you got tower dove top by 3 people, but you looked like you were enjoying yourself. So how do you find these extreme moments fun?
제가 이제 다이브 받고 있는데.
Yeah, so Lehans was saying, "Hey, you having fun?"
재밌네. 재밌어.
And when someone asks you that, I can't say no, I'm not having fun. So I just really tried to have fun in that moment.
확실히 좀 즐거운 경기를 가볍게 하는 건 아니지만 그래도 게임하면서 좀
enjoying the game, it doesn't mean that I'm taking the match lightly, but I want to make sure that everyone is in good spirits and lighthearted when they do play so that we can also bring a good result. Yeah, Kingen, your form lately has been insane. And some say that you found your peak once again. So, do you agree with that?
아직 좀 제 스스로 그런 말을 하기에는 아직 중요한
You know, for myself to say something like that, there are so many important matches left ahead of us. So,
나올 것 같고
whether that is true or false, I don't think I can say much about that. And in regards to having good form, I think there's so much more to prove myself in the future. So we'll look forward to that then. Actually, we noticed that your family is here at Lowell Park today. They came all the way from Daegu.
부모님이신 것 같습니다. 맞나요?
It looks like it's your parents over there. Is that right?
날씨가 엄청 추웠는데 저희 어머니가 좀 꽁꽁.
Yeah, it's been so cold and they're dressed up
또 부모님 오셨다고 POM 준 것
for the
같아서.
weather.
감사드립니다.
And yeah, we had a great day to receive POM. I think I was able to receive POM thanks to them. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
이제 내일 경기까지 바로 또 보러 오시거든요. 바로.
My parents will be here to watch tomorrow's match as well. And I really want to show them a good performance, and I'll try my best. Yeah, so for play-in round 2, you will face T1 tomorrow. What is your resolution?
우선 T1과의 경기도 경기지만 좀 팬분들이
First of all, yeah, we're going to play against T1. But for the fans, I want to really give them and provide a really enjoyable match to watch.
팬분들이 보시기에 되게 만족스러울 만한 경기력.
And it's an important play-ins match. I want to make sure that we entertain our fans as much as we can. And we'll make sure that we take care of ourselves and be in a great condition for tomorrow's match. And that's the end of the interview with Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it's a quick 2-0, nothing to see here by Nongshim over the bros. As Ox has something to say. He was ready.
You know,
Hold the mic up right away.
Degon's such a professional. Like, he's all smiley, he's cheery. You should have seen him a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
Devastated.
He's drinking.
Down in his sorrows. Oh, man. Yeah, that's more like it. That's
that's more like
that's more what we
background
saw.
Degon.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, okay. Let's Hold on,
Oh,
just give me a
man.
second. I just need.
I'm sorry. Like, I mean,
I can't. I'm not gonna see the
They'll be
bros
back.
until April.
Oh yeah, it's a
I'll be
while.
back in April.
Yeah, in April.
Yeah,
No
April.
bros.
But it's okay.
You know, you say that it's never brover until I'm not breathing, but now it's brover for 2 months. So am I not breathing for 2 months? I don't know.
Hold your breath, bro.
All right, let's go. Let's take a look at the POM because we were kind of split here. Oh, okay, yeah. We had some split there with Lashens.
Yeah.
Some Gideon, and then Kingen ends up taking it.
There we go. Jonas Strong knows the point, you know?
Very
Yeah,
based.
Gideon was pretty much like making all the plays by himself, and also it's not POG. We need to remember that it's POM, right? I think Gideon, like, he showed up like against his former team, and I think every play that he made was like really clean, and also we can see that like he was really vocal about it. So that's why I really like to see him playing really like this.
Yeah, he definitely got help from Lehens in game 2 to get that lead, but he had such a massive lead over Handback, really took it over. My comment is because, bro,
Oh my gosh!
when they released Gideon, they said thank you Gideon in their announcement, and Nongshim are like, yeah, thank you, bro, thanks for the jungler, and yeah, allow them to take them out the tournament. So
There you go, Toxic Ox.
pretty brutal. To be fair, bro, they were very respectful when
Get
they
the Ox
did
just in the chat. Ox is trying to start up some drama. That better go onto the Korean
I'm starting up some beef, yeah. I'm getting it going.
Ox's beef. All right, Cronny goes with the bullet hells don't scare me, with how amazingly he did in that game 2 navigate those dives very consistently to the point where he was getting a trade in the 1 and 3s. So that was pretty good. Let's see what else we got from the Korean side. I am Baek Kang-hyuk, who is, of course, the Trauma Code very talented surgeon. That's Trauma Code Heroes on Call Netflix series, which is going really viral. Definitely knew that one. Definitely.
Yeah, you're so
defended right
insightful
on.
and knowledgeable about Korean culture.
Yeah,
I
that's
respect
right.
that a lot about you, Digon.
Thank you, Ox. Been working on my Hangul as well. All right, Lehens Cooks and Xinjiao, well done. I like that one with the early invade.
Honestly, a little bit overdone, a little bit burnt by the end of that game.
Yeah, it's overcooked.
Yeah, Xinjiao was not looking edible after that one.
Yeah, and here's our last one. Thank you, Prince, for the one before. Oh, that was the last one. Thanks, Prince. All right, let's take a look at the highlights from this one. It starts off with the reason why the Xinjiao got cooked. The early invade in Lehens just punishing yet again.
Yeah, you need to remember it's not about the champion. It's about the game knowledge. In the voice com, he already like find out Xinjiao finished the red. And also, like after that, he like tried to find out the jungler, which means that he knows the game well.
Yeah, and he uses Ignite to stop the recall. And although this doesn't end up resulting in a kill, there was such a massive AD carry lead as well because of Lehens. He ends up getting both the cleanse and the flash. And so much farm is missed, so much plates are missed. We talk a lot about Caitlyn wants to get that big lead in lane. And this allowed it to. Normally you see like Caitlyn looks to get the big lead, but Lehens just had a fantastic game here on Shen. And then icing on the cake, he steals the Krugs as well. Just ultimate Giga Chad there from Lehens, doing everything, and got both his jungler and his AD carry really far ahead in the back of that play.
Yeah, that kind of play reminds me Carrier when he solo killed the jungler in the past games. I mean, I think in this kind of meta, you have to know your position is support. You don't need to just be stuck in lane. You can always find a way to just break down the game. And also, again, it's not about the champion. It's all about the game knowledge. And I really like when the players are just making a high IQ plays like that.
I will say that's another thing though about the Shen specifically. He actually does so much damage.
Yeah.
If you land a taunt and you drag it through, it is pretty scary. You know, I think a lot of top laners have been on the receiving end of that.
I feel like I'm getting trauma flashbacks from just rewatching that highlight because
show it again if you want to see it.
No, let's just roll highlight 2. You know, this is when bros ran out of ideas and started to do the Otacon, and
there we go.
Oh gosh, the zoom in. You know, what are you doing? All right, let's take a look at this highlight.
Yeah, the main character. Here we go again. I mean, everyone knows that this fight was kind of desperate from bro's side. You can't really do nothing on this case. You're far behind in the game, and also you cannot really win the team fight while you're hitting the Otacon in the middle.
Yeah, there was so much pressure in the side lane. I honestly can't fault them for going for this play. It unfortunately gets stolen, but the game is in this desperate position. You kind of have to try. But this game, you know, you obviously had the early action from the Hens. It was kind of slow for a while after that. But this was really where just Nongshim twisted the knife in the end. And knocking Bro out, I think we obviously had all the hype for Bro coming from the Casper Cup. A little bit of a dip at first, but then beating Gen G, and I think not just the fans, but I think a lot of people are just going to be sad that they didn't make a bit more of a run, given how we saw this Shining Light. The real hope is that with these couple of months off, we can see a more complete Bro by the time they come back for the regular season.
Yeah, in fact, in this meta, support is really important role right now. That's how I feel. Like when you have good support, the game snowballs really fast. The lane swap goes on, and also the rotation wise, you have to like make your tempo really fast compared to enemy support. Let's say your support is late to the game, late to the mid lane, then your mid laner cannot push the mid lane. So it's like if your support is not playing the game correct, then you really cannot snowball the game. So that's why this game kind of snowballed really well for the Nongshim side.
Yep, with that win, Nongshim move on. That also means the Bros are out, and there's always next time to all the Bro leavers. Let's take a look at the bracket here for the play-ins as here we go. It is Nongshim versus T1. Quick turnaround. That is tomorrow. Then Hanwha Life Esports against DRX.
Who's gonna kill the jungler first?
Yeah,
or
that's
tomorrow?
a question.
Yeah.
I will say it's pretty big for both Nongshim and DRX just to make it through the first round. Harder opponents in round 2, clearly, although HLE looking a little bit under form, we can say. But now that the double elim stage, more chances. And I think especially with the having been best of 3, you're now at the stage where you are guaranteed a best of 5 before you're out. You know, even if you do lose this best of 3 tomorrow, last round is a best of 5. So you have that extra opportunity. And it will be our first Fearless best of 5. That match as well, which will be interesting, but not tomorrow where we have these extra best of 3s.
Anyone on upset alert? You know what, Wadid, I'm putting you on the spot because you got the predictions correct today, unofficially because, you know, I was the only one that heard it, but any upsets?
I mean, I think T1 is going to win easily on Nongshim, even though Nongshim had a really great game today. I think T1 is just one of the team that considered as a world best team right now. But I think HLE, they might lose against DRX. I think there is a like 50-50 chance for DRX because I think they're the team who really follows the momentum and the environment right now. But I mean, they're having a really great day today, right? So I think they have great chance.
I think maybe if we flipped the matchups and it was Nongshim against HLE, I'd feel more confident on upset.
Yeah.
But I think the point's still valid. I think HLE haven't looked in the form we've expected
Not
yet.
that great.
Period. I don't think, like even, you know, Gen G had some hiccups, but still had some really strong performances against HLE, for example. But I think HLE, considering they're the summer champions, and then they got Zeus, we haven't seen that in a single game. So I'm really waiting. This is the opportunity to show that. If not, then yeah, we could really get an upset.
Well, we have the world champs and the LCK champs taking the stage tomorrow in their respective matches. You don't want to miss it. The Saturday action will be here. Make sure you stick around for that one. Until then, we'll see you later.